Alright. Let's see. Let's get some captions going. There we go. It's like magic. I'm almost ready. So sorry, I went to throw out some trash and I happened to eat sunflower seeds like a bird with the voracity of a shark. So, while trying to dump the trash, just a bunch of sunflower seed shells just everywhere. It was a massacre. Had to go ahead and pick that up and not let that sit and fester for the 4 hours that we're going to be here. Thank y'all for the patience. Oh god, I almost turned on the camera without my patrol cap. It's been one of those streams. Not this time. Even though I did wake up hella late, honestly, I'm not even mad at myself about it. I know that I've been kind of running myself ragged mentally, and I kind of admitted it to myself much quicker than I normally would because I'm burnt out. I have burnt the hell out. I feel like sometimes I need either much less guidance or much more guidance in certain things, and rough. It's rough out here in the streets. So I'm gonna go ahead and intro us in here, and then about, I'd say, less than a minute later, I'll have the camera on, and the engine will be loaded, and we'll have lots of code and stuff probably immediately, because I was working on this until 2 a.m., of course, as usual. So, hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel. It's me, Sergeant Killer Snow with Snow Studio Games, and today we are going to be coming back into our Night Terrors project to continue working on our combat design, making our 2D character attack and jump attack, all these various attacks and combo chaining attacks, make them all feel right, make them feel good when they hit their target, being either a breakable object like a barrel or an enemy. We have quite a bit already in here. I can go over it as we're kind of reviewing and trying to see where certain things went wrong, because I had to cut it off last night. Something that I did wound up messing up my attack animation, or not my attack animation, but whenever I get hit. And I'm trying to get the hit detection to work between the enemy and the player, and it's kind of half there, half not. And now it's doing weird shit whenever I get hit, so we'll see what happens there. With that said, I'm gonna have that one last minute to myself, and then we can get the scene swapped over and get properly started. Now that we're here, intro's done. I've had my minute. Oh. Almost spoke too soon. Water and energy drink present. Do I have snacks near me? I've got some. Hey, I got some snacks. Alright, cool. Well then. No point in putting that off any longer. How's it going? I've got my glasses. I didn't forget. There we are. What I haven't done is kind of send out any sort of notification to anyone on any channels anywhere. So, looking at a lovely 0. It's you know, in game engines and computer systems and programming, 0 is the first number. So that still populates as 1 to me. I'm so alone. Anyway, so I'm just gonna go over this anyway, because I know that sometimes people will go back on videos and watch them. So what I have here, you'll notice that this blueprint, you might not notice it, it might be too small for y'all up there, but it says new player controller. I had a different type of controller, and it did not really work. Well, it worked the way I wanted it to, but it didn't separate the animations properly when the combos were being initiated. So even though you could get the combo working, enough so that my teacher was like, yeah, no, I'll accept this, this is fine, like it takes a bunch of spamming to really break it. And I'm thinking in my head, there's a lot of people that, when it comes to attack combo games, they just keep on mashing, and mashing and mashing, not caring. So if I don't put some sort of way for it to kind of like control itself, let me reduce the web audio a little bit. It's a bit of a louder track. Damn. Words. Brain. Right. They keep mashing, not caring, so if you don't put in a way to control that, then the issue that I was having where my second attack in the combination was either getting skipped or like the whole attack was getting skipped because things were triggering too quickly and incrementing the combo timer too fast. So it would go from the first attack into the third attack, whether it was just a perceptive thing because it didn't play the animation, or whether it actually skipped even the damage phase of that. So that's kind of an issue to me that I don't want to let fly, because I will never be the type of person that will go ahead and create something and then push it out as quickly as possible just to kind of have something out there if there are bugs in the things that I, design. I want everything to work the way that it is intended to work. And the biggest FU to me is that so many things can happen between what you have in editor and when you hit build, and the engine provides you with a build of your executable game. So many things can happen in that time that is out of my control that I can't. If I dwell on it too much, I'll have like an existential crisis. I'm not the type of person that's going to have a midlife crisis. I am, considering I'm already in midlife, I am the type of person that is absolutely going to have repeated existential crises because I've already had them and I keep on like revisiting certain things that I'm like, oh my god. So, I want things to work as best as they possibly can when they leave my control. So that way they can work on their own as best as possible. So this new controller that I made actually fixed the problem, but it took basically what was this amount of code and then added all of that onto it. So what you're seeing here is a wild thing that I concocted that I'm trying to get it as refined as possible so that way I can collapse most of it into functions, but the problem with doing things in functions is that you can't put timing things in there. You can't put delays in a function. You cannot put timelines inside of functions. So if I can't do that, then I can't really do my frame timing delays, right? It's just never going to work. Now, I currently have it here because this is one of the last like parts of the logic that I need to refine out, and I don't want to get too bogged down in perfecting just that little thing just to have a preference of making things into functions. So I know I just kind of skimmed over a whole lot there. What this is doing is it's a single function called the attack stage window manager. I made that custom thing and I attached it to right there. So we have the attack stage window manager going first since combat is the priority. So we want it to check if we're doing combat stuff first and then manage that. Then I want it to know if it's on the ground or not, which it should have information from its previous, check and sweep. So that value is already pretty much set. This is just an updater for that. Hang on. It's going to bother me. Technically, the ground trace should go first, because the attack stage window manager also relies on knowing if we're on the ground or not. So, a little reorganization for better flow. Ground trace, that is the, let me get the extra zoom in for you guys. I forgot that I can do that here. So we have the ground trace, which if we double click and open that up, all it does is get our pawn, get the location, because that's the thing that we're going to need to kind of check. The rotation, you just plug that right into the orientation slot of the box trace. We're doing a box trace by channel. We created a custom channel called ground trace. And anything that has the ground object type, which we also created, or the ground tag, will react to the trace channel ground, the ground trace channel. So we did that so that way we can make platforms and the overall floor be really easily identifiable as something that the player and enemies should be able to stand on. It'll update the shadow that we created and the information therein, and it will also control all of the animations for jumping up, falling down, and doing air attack. Yeah, there's a bit in there. There's a bit that relies on just this simple code, because depending on the value of this, if we hit true on our ground trace being a certain range, which is going to be basically like this much beneath our feet, if we're not detecting ground there, then we're either jumping up in the air or we are falling down in the air. Either way, we're in the air. So that's all this does, is determine if we're on the ground or not. But still, very important piece of functioning code there. Next step is what takes us to this attack manager window. And what it does is it checks our enum type here to see what kind of attack state we're in. Not the attack state. I should be very specific with that, because I do have a variable which is the attack state or the attack stage. So the attack type is going to be whether you're attacking at all, which is, we have that there as a nice baseline default value, so that way we can tell our player, hey, you're not doing any kind of attack right now, you're not in combat. Put your, get out of stance, don't be squared up, go to your idle stance. That's what you want to do. That's why we have the not attacking thing, and we have it telling it to do that elsewhere. But for this, it will only really do anything if we're already set. Hey, Darklight. Welcome. Thanks for being here. This will only really do anything if we're actively set to being in one of those attack stages. So let's go up to the first attack, right? So whenever we left click and we're not in any other attack stage, I have it set up here, the attack call. If we left click, first it checks if we're not attacking, so that way we know we can attack. And it also checks if we're in the chain window of an attack. So if we're in the chain window, then it'll allow for another attack to happen, and it'll do the combo attack. So first we have to do those checks, then we check if we're grounded, because if we're not on the ground, then the only opportunity we have here is to use the air attack. And if we... Before we do the air attack, we also check to see if we're already attacking. So that way we don't just spam air attack and constantly generate damage fields. We need to make sure that that's in control. So we do the same check that we did at the start, make sure that we're not attacking, make sure we're not in a chain window. Or rather, we check for those things, and then if it's false, we make it end the attack chain completely, so that way it kind of terminates whatever was going on previously, because you can kind of like fall off of a platform while you're attacking if you like started an attack while you were moving. So when that happens, it would end the attack chain because you wouldn't be in the not attacking state. It'll basically clean up the code a bit, and then the next time you try and attack while you're in the air, it'll do the air attack, right? So if you're on the ground, though, it's going to do that thing that I said before. It's going to check for our current attack type, and since this is for the combo attack, this is just for the left-click basic attack. So we want that to be all combo attack related. All that craziness that's happening over here is all just because of this bit right here. Because we want it to have a 3-hit chain attack. Please respect designers, developers, and scripters that work on combat games. Because when they gotta do those crazy high combat chains, and particularly like the, I have a newfound respect for those like, those Asian-made games where they have crazy, like, ground combos that kick up into aerial combos that can be chained endlessly forever so long as certain variables are met, and then you can do a crazy finisher if you hit a certain chain. Oh my god. I can only imagine what that looks like, and they do that all in just, like, hard typing code for the most part, because that's, like, the old school gaming. And whatever they're doing nowadays, I'm actually excited. I can see why my buddy Thomas and a few other people that I hang with are still really heavy into those types of games. Oh, my brain hurts thinking about it. So anyway, let me not think about their work. Let me think about my probably far simpler work here. We're telling it that if we're not attacking, then we do the first attack. That's perfect. And we make sure that we tell things to do once, so that way it doesn't fire off a whole bunch of times when we don't expect it to. And we have to make sure that we set resets for every do once that we do. The only time you want to have like a do once that doesn't reset and have a chance to work again is very likely like a death trigger. You triggered the death animations and stuff, so you make that do once, no reset, so that way nothing else happens after that, and like put the code in there to turn to but it won't fire again unless it's reset. Now if it fires, like we left click and it's in a chain window of attack part 1, well, then it's going to first check if our chain's been officially triggered or not, because we want to make sure that we control when things are added onto stuff. Like I said, do once, all that stuff. This is all a bunch of redundancy to make sure that the system doesn't skip anything, because it does skip stuff. And I actually checked this because parts of my attack were messing up for my special attack, which is what we're going to be designing today. And when I started doing printouts of where, or I had it stopping and spitting out like where it was within its animation, like frame by frame, and it was only reading frames 1, 5, 9, and 11. Out of a whole 11 frame animation, actually it's a 12 frame animation because you count 0. So out of 12 frames, it counted frame 1, which is not the first frame, so it's technically the second frame. So frame 1, frame 5, frame 9, and then frame 11. weird integers all around to jump to, because you're skipping one value and then going to this one. Then you're skipping 4 other numbers to get to this one. Then you're skipping another 4 to get to this one. Then you're skipping 3 to get to this one. No, you're skipping 2. You're only skipping 2 to get to this one. So it's closer to what you were skipping to get to the first value anyway. So I don't know what the interval is happening there. What the interval? But it's not what I expected for it. So I deleted all that code, and then when I tested to make sure that nothing was broken afterwards, something was indeed broken, and it's only when the enemy's hitbox collides with me, so I'm pretty sure the code that I was trying to tinker with in my damage field, I'm going to have to cut that out, revert it to what it used to be, where it works perfectly, for at least the player, and then I'm going to make like special damage fields for the enemy and then for my special attack to make things easier on myself, rather than trying to have the end-all be-all one damage field shape size and then messing with that. It's being a little too complicated to make that as modular as my heart would want it to be. And it's a difficult lesson to learn when to, you know, call something either dead and gone or just like an undoable concept for the time being, when you can like picture so much of what the end result of it would be, but if you can't create the process to it, can't keep sinking the time. Time is the one resource we have. The one true currency that humanity has is time. Don't ever let any cultural currency tell you otherwise. So if we're in our attack, we're not in our chain, like we haven't triggered the chain yet, but we are in the chain window, and our current combo number is less than 3. Basically, if we are less than the overblown value, because we don't have a fourth combo, right? We have 3 attacks. We have attack part 1, attack part 2, and attack part 3. There's no attack part 4. And remember that 0 counts as a value. So that's why we set that to 3. It has to be less than 3, counting 0, 1, 2. So if that current combo number is less than 3, we're good. And we're in the combat, in the chain window, and the chain hasn't been called yet. Perfect. If all those parameters are true, then we jump into that do once, which basically just tells it, hey, you're only doing this until you've been reset. We set the chain triggered, which was the thing here, and then we increment this value by 1, setting that current combo number up by 1, telling us that, yeah, let's do the next part of the combo. So if we were at 1, we would be at 2. If we were at 2, it would go to 3, and then the next part of the code that would check if we're at combo 3 would kind of terminate that immediately. So that's already been taken care of. So yeah, that's how our combat combo system works. Real simple. Until we get here, which is that thing where I said, so over there is where it was setting the attack type. You notice that it said prep attack 1, prep attack 2, prep air attack. I made those all into functions, and in those functions is a bunch of crazy crap, but the primary thing here is that we are setting the attack type within these prep functions. We're setting the attack type, which will also set our flipbook. We'll tell the flipbook to play from start, since we don't want our attack animations looping once they finish. We make sure that we set the flipbook to not looping. Actually, it's over here in the event graph over where the event tick is, so don't worry about that. Trust that it's handled. And then we want to make sure that we set what the frame time is per attack, because if you want the attacks to line up perfectly, sometimes keeping them all at the same frame rate doesn't really work out. So you might need to fine-tune it by frame speed, and then you, like the frame rate of the actual animation. You may want to even omit some parts of your animation if you want a different, like, graphic look and feel. So in order to make sure that things are moving at the correct like time between frames, I made sure to grab our frame rate, frames per second, for the specific animation that we're using, and then making sure to, you know, basically do a little division math and make that the frame time. So that way, whenever I call a delay, and I only need to delay for a certain amount of frames, if it's one frame, I just delay, plug in frame time, bam. That's delaying for one animation frame of time. If I wanted to do, like, say, I want to wait 5 frames, well then, frame time multiplied 5. Plug in the result node, and you're good. It has worked pretty damn well. And then I went ahead and discovered the switch on int node. So we already looked at the how our attack types was calling over there. Next is the attack stage. So each attack is broken down into 6 stages, technically. It's the not attacking, meaning the attack hasn't been like called up at all yet. There's the wind-up window, which is technically frame 0, and sometimes it can be frame 1. It's however many frames are there before the actual like damaging part of the animation would start. So you go ahead and make that wind-up window however many frames it's supposed to be. For me, it's typically 1 frame, so I set the delay frame time there, and then it jumps to setting the damage window. When we go to the damage window of our attack, first thing we want to do, since we're already out of the wind-up window and wouldn't be triggering this anymore, we want to go ahead and reset that. Unfortunately, if we just plug this into this, that's it. It's done. So we want to make sure to plug it into a sequence to kind of branch ourselves off there, let us take care of that reset while also doing something else, which is doing the switch on int. We only needed the damage window for the amount of frames that we're actually working with within that window. It's the same for any of them, really. You don't need to put, you know, pins equal to the amount of frames in the animation. You just need to put enough pins to cover what you're doing. Because this is all looking for this green line right here. You can follow it straight to here. The player, it's basically the player reference. Their sprite, which is the paper flip book, and then get playback position in frames. So anytime we're at playback position 0, or we're at frame 0, frame 1, frame 2, frame 3, frame 4, basically switch on int gives us the possibility to control by frame like this. And it worked for everything so far, except for my special attack when I was scripting it at 2 o'clock in the morning, when I discovered that it was skipping 0 entirely, jumping to 1, 5, and 11 out of a full 0 to 11 array of things. I was very concerned, so I deleted it all. That's what this empty spot is right here. This was like this much worth of code. And when it was absolutely not working, and it was like breaking animations and stuff, I was like, oh no, delete. So our undead character actually does the right thing, summons the damage field. The damage field is moving in the correct direction. See here, I have just this comment here that kind of explains it, the working attack. So it spawns a descending damage field near where the enemy's hands are when raised and dropped 40 centimeters in front of the enemy. So basically, the enemy is a zombie, an undead male, and when he attacks, he raises his arms all the way up, he flashes white, and then at the end of the white flash, he brings his hands down and flashes white again to mark the end of the damage window. I still need to make those frames for the player as well, because I would like for their animation to include like the flashes to determine where those windows are as a better visual indicator for the player. And then I'll make red flashes be you receive damage, because I already have that going on for the enemy. I need to do that for the player. but the damage field spawns up where his hands are, and then as he swipes down, the damage field moves and follows that too. I also made I made a animation for a swipe, like an actual like white swipe line that generates, and it's technically always there. You see it? That's kind of the arc that his hands follow when he's doing the thing anyway, but the damage field was bigger than the radius of his little hands, and I wanted him to still have some measure of not challenge. Challenge isn't the word. I wanted him to actually be able to defend himself as an enemy, rather than have a range so short for attack that the player can literally like stand out of his range and kind of little bro him by just like, you can't reach me, you can't touch me, here, let me shank you a few times and you're dead, let's go. Well, dead again. Alright, you don't want that. That's too easy. So we added the swipe to show that the force of the attack is kind of stretching out a bit further than his hands. And this is hidden until the attack is called. And at the start of the at the very start of the begin play, we grab that attack swipe and we set it to no looping, and it's already set to hidden, so it's not shown. So then whenever we call our attack for our enemy, and let's see, that's pick attack direction, there we go, alt attack. Right there. Nope, not there, not that one. Where is it? Where are you? You're hidden. Over here, play from start. So this is all a jumble, don't worry about it. Just know that it's mainly, the main things that it's doing is it's checking if we've been hit, because if we've been hit, it can interrupt this. We have a do once, so that way we don't break the enemy and have him constantly spamming the attack. We set attacking, we set no looping, we set the flipbook to the attack animation, and then we have it playing from start. And then this is just spawning the damage field exactly where we need it to. And then we're unhiding currently we're unhiding the damage field, to be completely honest, because I personally wanted to see where it's generating throughout this development process. And then we're also unhiding the attack swipe, making it play from the start just once, and then once that is done, it basically will hide itself again. If we've been hit, it will automatically hide the attack swipe, because we don't want that to stay as a residual thing if the enemy enters the hit animation. So it gets rid of the attack swipe if it's been hit, and it checks for that every update of the timeline that it's doing. So the timeline is basically just the drop that the damage field is doing. And it's also checking to make sure if we haven't been hit, if we've gotten to the second frame of the animation, sorry, the third frame of the animation, but it is, index 2, then we want to make sure that we play the sound that we have set, which is a random zombie hit sound. And we only want that sound to play once, so we do it on a do once, and that only gets reset when the timeline has been finished and the damage field has been destroyed, and we've already started to check to see if we're going to be attacking anything again. Right? Because that's what this is. Combat target sweep check is just fancy speak for, is anything still in my damage field? Is there anything in my space? If anything's in my space, I'm swinging. And that's what this guy does. And that's quite literally all he does. He doesn't move or anything. All of this code here, all of this script is... I don't want to be specific about that now, because code is lower level than this, but controls far more. So this scripting right here, this visual scripting, all it is doing is telling our enemy how to flip through its animations, when to do it, and when to attack. That's it. That's all. It's a lot of stuff for it, but it works. This one, the combat target sweep, is literally only checking for the player. That's it. Adjust facing direction. It's just telling our enemy sprite if it's supposed to invert its scale for the X scale, because rather than worry about rotating a sprite, if you let's say don't want to have that sprite render on the other side at all to save resource space, you can do that. And rather than worry about making a script that always has your player sprite facing the player, just control it via the scale. You can just invert the scale of that and, you know, done deal. Easy. And that's what we do for adjusting the facing direction. And anytime we're, you know, whatever this is choosing, it goes to adjust facing direction. Bam. The other thing that I was just looking at that led to that, by the way, was... what was that? Pick attack direction? Yeah, pick attack direction. Basically just looks to see what the difference is between the enemy's position. You know, this is the enemy. It checks to see the difference between the player position and the enemy's position, and it checks to see if that's a positive or negative value, because then that tells it if it's going to the right or going to the left. That's all it is. If the player's further, like farther to the right than the enemy's X value on their location is going to be lower than the player's X value, which means that this subtraction, very simple subtraction, will say, hey, the player's at a positive difference between us. Okay, they're to the right. Quick maths! Oh boy! Oh boy! Alright. Then we have our player. This little chunk right here, well, not the set is replicated, but the character movement, jump, apex, height, speed, this is something that I added on there, as well as the start HP and HP stuff, but this specifically lets our, controls our jump, like the maximum height of our jump. There's also something built into the character movement thing that lets you, controls how long you can hold the spacebar, and as you're holding that spacebar, that's how it's basically giving the jump command repeatedly, like it's adding that velocity the longer you hold the spacebar. So that's how you create tunable jumping, because then you can make it that you can press the spacebar for just a little bit and you'll get the shortest jump, or you can press and hold it and you'll get the bigger jump. It all works out. This is quite literally all just shadow work. I honestly think I'm going to collapse that into function, because none of it requires timing. It's plugged into event tick, so we can literally just do this, collapse to function, boom, easy. Shadow control. Look at how much space has been saved, how much less imposing this looks. And if we want to know what the hell this is plugged into, we're just like, oh, well, it says shadow control, and it says following shadow on the comment. So that probably just controls the shadow that is following our player. Logic. I shouldn't, I'll try never to call things dummy-proof, because then that would make people feel bad if they didn't quite reach that conclusion immediately. Sometimes logic can seem obvious to one person and then be completely obscured to someone else, because no one really thinks exactly the same. Not exactly the same. Even twins that have been raised generally exactly the same in the same room on the same stuff will have differences between them. Okay. This is the logic, basically checking if we're dead or not. Now that we've gone over basically every other thing in here, there is the one thing that we haven't gone over, and it's the damage field, which is where a current little bug is happening. So I'm going to open up the damage field, and then I'm going to show you the bug first, and then we're going to go through this and trim out the things that I added in that could possibly cause said bug. So, mm, mm, mm. I need to comment this real quick. Too much. We are calling this controls taking damage and what to do given the end resulting, not end resulting, remaining HP. Because that's technically all this does. It's... Oh, it's definitely not logic either. Although that'd be funny. That's all this is doing. It checks if we are hit, already being hit, or if we're already dead. Because we're not going to have a Ralph from The Simpsons moment where they're crying saying, "Stop! He's already dead!" And I had to kind of do this because I noticed on our enemy, when I was beating the ever-living crap out of it before I ever gave it the option to fight back. Sounds so bad. I'd noticed that once it was already dead, if I kept on attacking, it would keep on triggering the end animation, and it would just keep on re-triggering the end of it until it finally actually died. So it was a thing. Like, it would technically be already faded away, but didn't reach the end of the lifespan that I set for it, so then it would be invisible, and I'd attack the area, and then it would spawn itself again, doing the death animation, and reset the whole thing, and I'm like, oh, damn. So we took care of that. Oh, wait a minute. Boop! Yes, if I die, that should be the case. We have max 10 HP, which is set at the beginning of the thing here. Our current HP is set equal to the max HP. Technically, the death event doesn't actually do anything right now for us, because I don't need to worry about our player dying right now. We need to get our combat and attacks working, which takes us to the damage field again. So, here's what happens. Don't worry about all the text streaming down the left. I'm going to pause this because I know we've got the game volume, which is not exactly loud, but we can hear that. Right. Stuff happens. This is all good, right? It was good when I attacked that. Tell me why the attack looks like it's causing a PTSD trauma flash of this enemy to appear as a sprite there. I don't understand it. I also don't understand why it keeps on refusing to trigger damage. And then it's doing a whole bunch of stuff here because of call functions and things like that, because of the lifespans that I was setting. So lifespan, to explain, that is this node right here. We'll just get the get lifespan. Get initial lifespan and get lifespan. All right, so these three nodes right here, these will basically, this one feeds back the information of what the current lifespan for an actor is set to. Initial lifespan here is a variable that you can set on any actor, and if you set it to anything above 0, it'll wait that amount of time, and then it will automatically destroy itself. without you needing to put any code in anywhere that tells it to destroy itself. It's just going to be born quite literally with the intent of dying shortly thereafter. So, bullets. Things like that. And then you have here the set lifespan node, which has been something that I've been using more than the destroy node because it gives me timing control. Because it puts in a lifespan that we can set on that actor. So what I've been doing is I've been generating things and then using... I'll go into the player control and double click, or I don't have to. This is part of one of the attacks that needed to be manually typed in. So I have been using tick-tock, tick-tock, set lifespan. For any of the new damage fields that I create, I set a lifespan on it, and that lifespan is equal to however long the damage window is. However long that I want something to be able to be damaged if it comes into the range of my attack while it's firing, that's how long the lifespan's going to be. Now, you saw that there was a bunch of red text when we ran it. I'm just going to do it again so that way, not this one over here. That's my own debug printouts. It's doing something to my character because I can see the sprite scaling to my size and facing my directions whenever it happens. But it doesn't happen consistently all the time, and it's really weird. But now let's back out because we probably have, yeah, look at all those. A whole bunch of blueprint runtime errors. Let's see, it says attempted to access Night Terror's damage field C1 via property call function finish spawning actor. But Night Terror's damage field is not valid because it's pending kill. Or garbage. But in this case it's pending kill because of a setup, thingamabobber. Lifespan. That's it. And it brought me to the undead enemy because the thing that's being called that's causing the error, which is the damage field, is being called by the enemy attack. Wait a minute. Is the enemy attack setting... It should be setting a... What do you call it? It sets a lifespan for sure. Let me turn off that breakpoint or remove that breakpoint. I'm going to put this over here because I want to comment just this one node. Did I typo that? Yeah, there it is. I just wanted that right there for my, knowledge, vision, whatever. I need to remember to remove that before I submit this. Let's get the music back on, my bad. So, turn value. I don't set a lifespan on this one. I actually just outright destroy it at the end of the timeline. I mean, technically that works. So nowhere else in here, I'm not seeing any kind of mistake where I accidentally set a lifespan here. So that means that it's one of the automatic lifespan things here. I know what it was. Right here. Let me get rid of this. This was basically a contingency that I wanted to try and slip in there, where if the lifespan was not zero, basically if it wasn't 0, that means that I chose to set lifespan somewhere. So I was like, if I hit this point in the code right before I'm about to deal damage or right after I deal damage, then I want this thing to check if it had a lifespan set, and if it didn't, then we're just going to set a half-second lifespan so that way it takes care of itself, and that was so that way I could kind of drift away from having so many set lifespans in the bulk of the big code. But I think this is a little too redundant for the code at the moment. And we're also going to drop the special attack field thing here. We don't want to use that anymore, because I am now resolute on just making, you know, new attack fields that will accomplish what I need them to do, and they'll be custom tailored for stuff. Okay. Now that I've popped that out, let's see if it fixed the problem. I doubt it. I think oh, wait a second. I think I know what happens. Before I even continue on, I want to go into... Yep, there it is. It's because I copied the hit code from the undead enemy and started swapping out the parts that were needed for... Yep, there it is. Set idle undead... That's why it was happening. Derpy. This is what happens when I script at 2 o'clock in the morning. Whew! Honestly, a lot of the things that I'm doing across, like, the player and the enemy, I could have turned into, like, components or, like, more modular things that I could slap onto stuff. And the enemy, I'm gonna have to look at him in a different way, because I need to make 3 different enemy types, so it's better to have a base enemy and then build off of a base enemy that has a bunch of code already, like, built into it from using it as a base class. But I always wound up having trouble trying to do that in Unreal, because then whatever child blueprint I make off of that parent blueprint kind of, like, pseudo understands what its, like, root functions were. It's probably just my lack of thorough understanding of using, like, parent-child blueprinting. I'd understand it better probably using the C++, but that's only because of my knowledge in C#. I don't really know C++ that well, and I'm currently taking a class for it, and apparently I'm, like, spacing out at points in class that I'm not recalling certain lessons of things that I actually don't know and need the information on. It's upsetting. Anyway. I think that'll take care of the animation popping. I don't think we'll have any other problems, right? Yeah, there we go. But now we can see that we're not even triggering our get hit. Oh, wait, yeah, I see it. That little pop. Cool. We need to tune that a little better. And I know what it is that's causing it. It's in our new player controller over here. And it's right there. We're going to want to show that one, and we're going to put that size to 24. This kind of needs to relocate itself and be in a more prominent spot. This is the heavy attack that the heavy attack call I was doing. Currently, it just goes over to the special attack prep, sets our attack combo to 0, sets the current combo equal to the attack start combo number, so zeroes it out. Sets us to the heavy attack type, which is the special attack. Does the play from start. It gets the special attack frames per second, does the math. I set our damage start frames and everything. I don't even include chain window frames because this is not a chainable attack. And then we set it to attacking, play sound at location for... We used missed hit sound because the missed hit sound is just the sound of like swinging metal. So it's a good little thing to use, and then you can, on damage generation, like the damage field detecting collision, you can do the hit sounds. Or in the take damage for whatever the object is, you do what the hit sound is supposed to be. So we prep the special attack, and then... nothing. Because the rest is supposed to be handled by this, which would go ahead, go to heavy attack, jump all the way down, current attack stage, selection. Oh no, because I had to delete all of it. But this animation control here, I need to expand it a little bit. I'm also considering turning it into a function as well, so that way I can stop doing all of this and expanding it and taking up all this space here. I like trying to minimize the amount of real estate I'm taking up on the event graph, so I'm trying to use functions as much as possible. I'm also going to be teaching myself how to use delegates and like that whole system. Hey, Abman. I really need to learn how to use the built-in delegate and event messaging system that they've got, like the event listeners and stuff, because the only reason I'm not currently using it is because it is dependent on... That has different states when you hit it each time until you break it. I didn't put different states for it because I didn't have sprites that just looked like junked versions of what I had, and I wasn't about to take the time to go ahead and make some, considering how stressed I've been with the rapid game development. But my object has already been approved. It already works out really well. I've moved on to trying to get the enemy attack to function properly, and it is working right, but my player isn't taking damage correctly yet. And I'm going to be modifying the sprites a little bit. Just a little bit. And by modifying, I mean I'm just going to be creating a set of white sprites for the player and also red sprites for the player, the same way I did for the made white sprites for the breakable object, and both white and red for the enemy as well. I'm going to flash the characters white, at least, you know, enemy and player characters, whenever they're in their damage window. So if they're starting the damage window, they'll flash white. When they're ending the damage window, they'll flash white. If they're taking damage, they'll flash red. Right now, the barrels, since they're just breakable objects, they will flash white when they get hit until they break. I'll just show it real quick. We also have the shadow that gets a little smaller the further it is from our character. So that way we can have a little better platforming, you know, readability. He turns, he attacks, he does his white flash for his damage state. Oh yeah, when he gets hit, he also kind of breaks out of the hit animation to attack again, which is honestly fine for him. I don't want him to be completely neutered by getting smacked. I may have to give it a little bit of a delay though, just so that way it has a minor amount of time, like maybe 2 frames, 3 frames worth of time. So I'll work on that for the enemy to make that feel a little better for hitting them while they're attacking. But that's what is currently going on for mine. And this... I'm going to function this real quick. So we're going to highlight all that, and then we're just going to collapse to function. And instead of update animation 1, this is going to be animation control. And and I can technically officially delete it because it should be getting called on tick, event tick, which is, where the hell did I put event tick? Oh yeah, it's over here. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna need to plug that back in, actually. Animation control, yay! Animation control, woo! Animation control! I think I can actually cut out all the prints right now, so we can disconnect that. So those print strings you were seeing is just me printing out my enum values using an append node, and in between each plugged in value, I'm creating just a line of space by using Shift Enter. So that basically spaces it out for me, or else it would slam them all together on one line with no spaces at all. And even with spaces, it was still harder to read. So I was using that to kind of look and see every stage of my states happening. Honestly, it could have been way shorter on the durations since it was printing them out so quickly. But let me double check and make sure that we didn't break anything with that. Okay. Animations are still swapping. That's all good. And now we can see my second hit in the combo, which is great. I still need to build it and see if it works out the same way, because I noticed it the very first time that I got the combo working, and I sent the build in, and I was testing it before class. Like, I was in the classroom and testing it, and I noticed that in the build, the second part of my combo was just, like, not there at all. Like, at all. It wasn't even triggering, like, it was breaking everything. Is Hades 2 playable on the Steam Deck? Because I know that they don't allow early access games to be accessed to be on the Steam Deck early sometimes. I don't know. I haven't tested. Honestly, my Steam Deck has been sitting there plugged in and charged, probably on and charged, like in sleep mode, because I don't remember if I turned it off or not. But it's been sitting there for like 6 months, collecting dust with the dust covering shield over it, because I just, it's right next to my PC. Why am I gonna play PC stuff on that when I have the PC here? And the only other place I go that's not my bedroom is class, and I'm not going to bring my Steam Deck to class because then I'm not going to pay attention in class. Like, I love this thing when I go out to travel to, like, a different state and or country, because then I can use it for, you know, the intents of mobile gaming, where I'm not the person driving or, you know, in control of people's lives when in control of a vehicle. But often, whenever, you know, hangouts and stuff happen, I'm always going to be the one driving anyway. I kind of accept that. And if I'm going to hang out with people, I don't want to have, you know, a portable video game for me to isolate myself with. I already isolate myself enough here at home playing video games and making them. It's too much. That said, I wanted to get a new Steam Deck, the new OLED ones, but again, I'm gonna wait until after I'm done with school, after I have my own place, and like I'll reward myself with that when I have more freedom. So that way I can actually enjoy it by going out to places and maybe visiting my family and visiting friends in other states and stuff like that when I'm not strictly adhering to a school schedule. I'm forgetting what I was trying to freaking do. I disconnected that thing from the controls, the debugs, because we didn't need it. I can delete this animation control node that's floating because it's not needed, which means I can get rid of this, not needed. Sometimes people like to play in bed and not bring their computer with. Yeah, no, that's fair. Since I've got like severe ADHD, It was a problem while I was active duty all the time that I would have my phone with me and I would play Hearthstone, or I would have a tablet that I'd play games on, or I'd have, one of my handhelds with me and I would be gaming in bed with my computer, not far from me, because I stepped away from the computer thinking, I'm going to be responsible and try and go to bed, but I wasn't trying to go to bed. I just swapped to mobile gaming and I would do that for hours. So, with my time blindness as bad as it is most of the time, I couldn't risk it anymore because it was being a huge detriment when I'd noticed that I was supposed to be waking up and getting ready to exercise vigorously for an hour and a half and then go to work for the entire day in like an hour or two. Because I had just had time blindness slap the shit out of me while I was gaming in bed. So I actually adhere to strict, like, self-imposed rules when I go to bed. And those rules are my phone has to be out of arm's reach. Like, I have a spot next to my bed where I can put my phone, but it is something that I have to, like, either get up and put it up over there, or I have to, like, put one arm on the floor and stretch across to put my stuff on there. And then the other spots where it actually charges overnight and stuff, that where it's intended to be, are, across the room. So I have to get up to get it if my alarms go off, no matter what. And if I was too, like, tired, lazy, comfortable, whatever, to get up and put it on its chargers, generally I won't leave it to go under 50%. So if it's at 70% and I'm too comfortable to move, it's going on the nearby nightstand, which I'm still going to have a problem, reaching to turn off the alarms in the morning. I did all that. There's a TV in there. It's not plugged in. There's a PS4 in there that's not plugged in. Like, it's just a storage of electronics that aren't used and are not plugged in, not generating light, no nothing. It's where my router is. That's the only other source of light in there. I have an air conditioner and a fan as the only, like, running electronics that aren't just chargers for my phone. So my bedroom is a very kind of active technology sparse environment, because I only get into my bed to go to sleep. I had to train my body and my mind to understand that if my body is in that supine position and I am on my back and I'm in a bed, my head, pillow, blanket nearby, temperature good, sleep. Cut everything and sleep. And it's helped a lot. It's cut down my wind down and go to sleep time from 3 to 4 hour range to like 20 minutes to 45 minutes, because I don't have anything else to do. Even with ADHD, my brain can only ruminate and circle through things so fast with nothing else to stimulate and control it before it burns itself out and just says, fuck it, I'm going to bed. And it's great. Let that be a note to anyone that has trouble sleeping. If you keep your phone on you and you're actively surfing your phone while you're trying to sleep, you're not trying to sleep. You're trying to distract yourself from thinking while you're trying to go to sleep. So you're actively waiting till the point of pure exhaustion mentally, where you can no longer facilitate, keeping your eyes open. That's not going to sleep. That's just exhausting yourself. And this is coming from someone that right now for this semester is only getting like 4 to 6 hours of sleep per night because of just how much I'm trying to do. But whenever it's not a crazy, super ridiculous semester like this one, which I've only ever had one other semester that was like this, I'm generally pretty well slept. I get between like 7 to 10 possibly if I'm really, really, really cozy and like I cut off my alarm and I'm like, man, screw it. This is just too good. I can get up to 10. But I still get, 7 plus. and I feel generally excellent when I'm getting up and coming to work immediately. But when I gotta cut that time down, I start getting cranky. But only if it's prolonged. I'm not going to get super cranky after one night. So I explained that set lifespan. I've gone on enough tangents about personal life and ADHD struggles. So let's actually get to troubleshooting what's going on with our damage field and figure out why... Actually, no, it's a problem with our player right now. I'm realizing, because technically we do have these things running and operating, but I'm not seeing it happen because our animations are switching too quickly. So we have hit as a value that is exposed. That's the enemy. I'm going to move the enemy to the far right, and it's... Okay, the Unreal Engine's been having some lag issues. Which could entirely just be the size of, you know, the stuff I'm doing. Kind of bad, but... I think if I shrunk that up... No. I do need to encompass the special attack there. Get that seated comfortably. But that's not what's controlling the things. It's now nerf or nothing. Animation control. There it is. No, don't freak out. There you go. So, what this has been doing so far is... check if not attacking determine flip books for each case of attack type and non-attacking types. Let me double check something. I want to make sure that our... Not there. Player. Hit. Okay. Okay, so it is eventually set to not hit. Perfect. And what we're doing here is we're getting the flipbook length, and we're basically getting percentages of time of that flipbook length rather than doing it by frame. So what this is doing is it's getting the flipbook length of basically a quarter of the length of the time, and then it sets us to not hit. So I think I need to flip that and say that this needs to be over here plugged into this one, and this needs to be plugged into this one. So the hit animation will play 75% of the way before it sets our hit to false. And when our hit is false, the very next step is it'll delay for basically the rest of the animation, check our current HP, and see where we're supposed to be. That'll probably have to be updated and modified a little bit, but I'll get to that when I get to that. Right now, we need to check. So, if our current attack type is not attacking because we got hit, oh, I should actually put the... I'm just going to put the hit detection a few spots in here, and that should probably kind of fix and or alleviate some of our issue. So let's go ahead and say, I don't know, let's first obviously put an and Boolean node here, which lets us set two or more conditions. Plug that in automatically. Let's see. Sorry for the grammar mistakes. Sometimes I just use the iPhone voice to text to just put down the comment down quickly, but it doesn't listen to my voice completely and misses a word that I've said. I have short attention span to pay attention to what I say. No, I understand. I completely actually understand that in ways that probably other people don't get. It's happened not just here live, but it's happened when I'm public speaking or when I'm just having one-on-one conversations with people about like a very dedicated and committed topic where there is little room for deviation, and I'll just randomly like, and I forgot what I was gonna say. What were we talking about? And there's no worse feeling than that happening when I was like really, really into it, because it's like everything was going so smoothly and then some sort of social dysfunction hit and my brain just decided to do a quick reboot and dump the memory cache real quick. And now I'm screwed. I understand it so goddamn much. God, I empathize with that. I feel that. I am that. Okay, let me get the player in control. We have that right here, so I'm just going to get hit. Not Boolean. Because we want to say that if we're not attacking and not getting hit, then we go to these things here. But we're also going to put a branch here that's literally just the not getting hit. So if you're not getting hit, yeah, you can do your animation here. But if you are getting hit, then no, you wait. So we're setting the flip book, we're setting looping here. I think I need to put the check over here as well. So that way it's like if we we'll skip this. We'll skip this part right here. I'm just gonna plug that in there. Skip the and bool as the like prior thing. Just because I feel like it'll be easier to do it this way. So if you're not getting hit, it'll proceed with all the regular code that we were doing. And then if we are getting hit, then we're just gonna, stick it out. Wait until it's not hit. It won't change anything until we are able to not be in the hit animation. I hope that should be enough. Hit me. Yeah, buddy. Uh-oh. I'm stuck. That was weird. That was weird. That was really weird. Okay. That's weird and cool. Hold up. I'm gonna bring us to... So for... God damn. Y'all two are gonna be an issue for me. Studio lights, even though I can maneuver them better and try and phase out the background a lot easier, they're starting to get a little camera hungry. They want to be in frame all the time. Anyway, so what happened then? I can define what happened. What happened is I'm going to need to go through and make sure that I add these hit checks throughout the... I'm going to make it into a little function. I'm gonna make that check into a little function. The branch check if hit, and then output true or false. It's quite literally just going to have to return, you know, a value of true or false on it. No. That's just... it's too extra. Screw it. I'm just gonna stick with the branches. So, what was happening was, and we're gonna jump back in to let it continue. I don't think it's going to happen now, because technically our health is at 0. I'm pretty sure that's why we're no longer reacting. Oh! See, that's why I had that thing in there before that said if. God damn it. Okay. Crazy. Damage field. I need to double check and see what happens if we set the lifespan when it's already got a lifespan. No better way to check it than to just do it. Set lifespan of self to at least 1. And then we'll see if a whole crap ton of errors start generating because of multiple set lifespans happening. Didn't even give him a chance, which is fine, because I'm noticing that we didn't have a bunch of errors come up, so we're good. Yeah, I think we're good on that one. Nice. So that should take care of him, you know, hitting us with that. We can see our full getting hit animation. Oh, there it is. We're stuck again. Okay. I didn't actually want to, like, escape exit. So what's happening there is that it's interrupting our animation controller because it's set to not do anything when we're getting hit. So that means that it stops and then it tries to finish playing the animation for its for the state that it's in. And then it tries to, oh my god. I need to plug in that thing I had before on my controller again. The strings. Yeah, the debug string, there you go. We're gonna need this again, for sure. It's the whole reason I have it here, is to see the flow of things like this, so that way I know where to cut up the code. I could just use breakpoints, but we don't know where along the line of like 3 different functions and scripts that could possibly be breaking itself. So we're gonna print strings and we're just gonna keep trying to trigger what we did there. I kinda don't want it printing out per frame. We're gonna set a different thing here. Get rid of that. And that. We're going to function that. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, no, we can function it. Debug string assembly. And then we're going to just kind of snip it out of there. And we're going to take this to... Where's the begin? Oh, the begin was kind of right there anyway. So I can create a timer for this. And just do... by function name. Will that work? I wonder. And let's set that to 0. Let's set it to 1. Looping. Max once per frame. You know what? I can honestly set it to 0.1 at that point. It doesn't matter because the once per frame is going to take care of that. No start delay. Let's see if that works, even. It should. Delegate function name can be K2 function or a custom event. These count as K2 functions, yes? I should hope so. We'll see. So on begin play, it should automatically do the thing. We're actually going to set it to the event on possess. On possess is basically the event that happens when your player controller gets attached to the player. So technically I don't want this firing off until it's attached to the player, because this is all inside of our player controller. All of this. In theory, hitting play should... Oh, look! It's doing it correctly. And we're seeing that it's swapping up from idle... Jump up, jump down. It's tracking all of that. Damage window of the air attack. I'm going to swap two things in the function. I want this one here and this one here. So that way it shows the attack type and then the stage of that attack. With the animation stage being our non-combat stuff. So that should also mean that I can get rid of that. Nice. Okay. Yeah, see, it's... Oh, I'm stuck in the chain windows. But I can still... Oh, that was possibly right after I was already dead. You're already dead. Wrong direction. Yeah, so it looks like it stalls out while I'm in the window. Interesting. That's fascinating to me, actually. So this is our damage window logic. It's totally fine outside of the damage window. It's just replaying the animation for the attack, though. like the attack is looping because we get hit. Doesn't matter which one of these stages we're jumping through. It's when we hit the chain window is when it will stall. I understand why. I love it. I have to look at it for 2 seconds to understand why. And this is why I always harp on, like, either build the code and scripting yourself, or make sure that you understand what you're using, so that way you know how to troubleshoot it later. So since this is a simple switch on int, it's basically telling it to switch its code. Does your computer sound like it's overheating or melting over a 2D game on Unreal? No, it does not. Let's see if, oh no, it'll phase all that out because of the green screen stuff. Hang on, I'm just gonna post this in the Discord real quick. I'll tag you. And so there's not, based off that image, I'm sure you can imagine that there's not much that I can do to this to really super tax it out. Just doing basic or just like running 2D programs and stuff like that. If I'm not running ray tracing and like super enhanced graphics all over the place, 3 separate instances of it, and like a bunch of other crazy stuff, because this thing is a beast. It is a workhorse. It weighs more than most than a lot of people I know, actually, for that matter. I know like a slew of people in the double digits at least that weigh less than this computer does. This is a 185-pound PC. This thing is crazy. I added some things into it like aftermarket, but it was already a custom build to begin with from Digital Storm, so it was pretty damn decently well built. And then adding on to it afterwards was really easy because I wanted to make sure that I ordered the chassis that would let me upgrade far more. So I added more drive bays over the not drive bays. I added drives to the drive bays over the years, so that way I'd have more room, which is why when I open this up, I've got my regular C drive, which is my solid state. And then we've got, I think this one is a hard drive. Yeah, NTFS, this is a hard drive, 2 terabyte hard drive. Then I've got my game engines drive, which is another 2 terabyte. The game repository drive, which is another 2 terabyte. And then my system backup, which is actually a 14 terabyte external drive that I've got plugged in. I've also got like a, I think it's a 1 to 2. No, actually, I think this one might just be like a 500 gig little portable drive that I use to bring stuff back and forth from school to for like specific assignments and stuff. There's those drive bays. I was able to expand the memory I had plugged in there. I put a new processor on there. That one was the craziest one for me because I had to remove the liquid cooling block that was on the current processor, and I was such a mess trying to figure out how to fix it. Or rather, how to do it without breaking stuff, because I've had so many accidents happen just because I can't feel how much strength I'm putting behind some things, and just other various errors and problems. Man, I was so nervous. I thought that was going to be the end of this computer. I haven't logged into my Linux side of my PC in months. I don't have a 4080, I've got the 3080. Not the 3090 or the Ti either, because when I ordered this, the 3080 was the newest one, and the Ti's and stuff weren't even out. But it took them 5 months to get this computer to me because they needed to go ahead and wait for 3080s. So, I do need to upgrade the graphics card again, probably soon. But honestly, with the fact that I've been keeping up with hardware, or trying to, and I've noticed that currently Intel chipsets are not really keeping up with expansion and growth in the industry. So before I commit to getting just a new graphics card, I want to see if it's worth looking into to get a different chipset system base. So basically getting a whole new PC that's an AMD build, and getting the newest graphics card there and the newest processor and stuff for that. That would again be something like further in the future, because this current build is still being an absolute workhorse for me. And if I want it to perform better, quite honestly, I can just either take care of it myself or bring it to a shop. I know it needs to be done. I haven't cleared out that liquid cooling loop since I got this thing. And basically the liquid cooling has been evaporating over time, and I'm sure there's stuff gunked up inside of the loop itself. And I just haven't, I'm not knowledgeable, and since most of my life depends on this, I am so scared of like doing something that'll mess it up, because I've already like accidentally over tightened a fitting, and since the liquid cooling loop in there is is like made out of a certain type of acrylic, my over cranking and that torque caused cracks to appear around the fitting, and I immediately stopped, let go, and was like ready to fucking cry. Like, you don't understand how much I love my setup and what I built here just in this, because when I was young, this is what I wanted, to be surrounded by screens doing a bunch of cool techie shit, because I grew up in that generation where technology was just starting to come up. I didn't have the internet when I was like super young. I wasn't, you know, a baby with an iPad in front of my face. I didn't like I had a pager. I've had a pager before I ever had a cell phone, and it took a while for me to get that pager. Like, my mom got me the pager, obviously. She gave me a pager to be able to keep track of me better, and there was a whole lot of stipulations behind getting that too. Like, it wasn't something that I was supposed to hand out to my friends so that way they could hit me up all the time. It was just something that was emergencies between me and mom. Like, damn. I don't even remember what got me back on that, but going back to this, our playback position. This is set to, you know, do things and swap things based off of our playback position. But what happens if we've been hit? Well, there's nothing in here that tells it what to do if we've been hit. Yeah, buddy. Alright. So, I do want the player's attacks to be interruptible except for the heavy attack, which is why we've got the hit thing kind of interrupting everything. But let's see what happens if we can add in over here a branch to check if we've been hit. Ah, crap. Player in control. Let's grab that, paste it over here. Get hit. Talk shit, get hit. There you go. Player in control was talking shit. We get their hit, and we find out. So if hit is false, we go up there. If hit is true, then we need to... Should I code an interrupt command? What's my current end attack chain? So when I tell it to end the attack chain, it goes to first step, sets our current attack stage to conclude attack no matter where we're at, because that will trigger things in other parts of the code. So, hey, Williams, welcome. Here I am, just got home, trying to find something to watch while I play games, and I remember seeing your live notification pop up while at my parents' house. Hey, I hope you had a good time at your parents' house. I'd love to visit my family, but they're in Florida, and Florida is currently getting spit on by God repeatedly. So, I'm glad that you chose to pull me up while you're trying to get yourself entertained for some gaming. I do appreciate that. We're currently going over our combo attacks and everything, and we're trying to make hitting our enemy and having our enemy hit us feel not just right, but as close to perfect as we can. So, we currently have... I'm looking at what our end attack chain does, because we've encountered a bug where even though I'm properly reacting to getting hit now, it's not fully correct, because if I'm attacking the enemy and they execute a hit that actually like breaks through and hits me while I'm in the middle of an attack, it's going to basically stall out the animation and everything at my chain window phase of my attack, so it'll constantly replay the animation until it reaches like the conclusion of its chain window. But if the enemy hits us before it kind of gets there, we're locked. We can't... I made it so that way you can't move while you're attacking. So I can't move away, and then I'm stuck in the attack animation until he eventually either hits me enough to deplete my health to 0. Can't be... Yeah, no, we're working on that right now. And that's quite literally one of the main fixes right there. This, wherever you see branch is literally if. If the player object reference has their hit variable set to true, then do something that we haven't defined. But if it's false, meaning the player is not hit, we're going to go and do the attack stuff. This is the fix that I just popped in here. I don't know what to... I'm looking at the end attack chain to see if there's anything I need to add onto it to kind of prevent any kind of craziness, but I think I can just kind of toss it on here and be okay. So if I go to end attack chain there, so if we got hit, our attack manager is going to realize that and adjust itself accordingly, and that hit is determined here, where after we go through 75% of the hit animation, it'll turn off hit, so we do have a way to control that. That should end our little problem. Come on, bud. Nope, it's doing the thing again where it's not playing through my whole hit animation. Notice that? I noticed it. Why did it not? I wonder. I understand. I understand it. I just messed this up again. So, doing this immediately basically tells it, since the attack stage window manager is being called every frame, it's basically now seeing that whenever we're not hit, or whenever we are hit, it's going to call the end attack chain, which does automatically set our flip book. So it would terminate the animation. Okay. So, in which case, we don't want to do the end attack chain. Instead, I'm going to do another branch check here. If we've been hit, and our current attack stage is not equal to not attacking, that's when we will do the still technically needs to wait. I just need to clear out the chain window reference. I need to stop being extra. So technically this right here. If true, set current attack stage, set current attack type, both to not attacking. We're not going to force the animation change, and this should only fully trigger if we're not attacking. So it shouldn't end any animations prematurely, but let's see. There we go. Yep, my attacks are definitely interruptible now. Now I just need to make sure that the enemies are also, you know, equally as interruptible. I'm trying to figure out where I can slip that bit in there. Because the animations for the enemy are being, you know, controlled differently than the player. We don't have that whole advanced matrix of stuff that's, you know, determining whether we're doing movement animations that are non-combative or if we're doing combative animations or yada yada yada. This is quite literally, he wanted it to be super simple, just a stationary melee enemy that can continuously and reliably call the attack function and execute an attack, and that's it. It should be able to hit the player should react to it, and it should feel as close to polished and AAA as we can. So, we need something here in the hit. Oh, right. Here it was. It's the same thing. I just need to pick the right order of operations here, because I was making it only go through a quarter of the hit animation before it would return control and stuff and allow us to choose what we're doing again. As you see here, combat target sweep check. That happens. But the question is that actually going to be enough of a delay, actually, now that I think about it? It should let me hit it again in time, but I don't think there's anything that's having this, that's for stubborn top-downs. It's not even plugged in. I'm going to change the color of this because this is for attacks. It should be some form of a red color. Stop putting blue in there, thank you. Darken you up. Fade out body. At least a little bit. Nice. Definitely screams attack. So, see, we have something here for the attack, right? For getting hit. So, if we're hit, it's going to go ahead and reset this do once for us, the same way that reaching the end of the attack will do. But I think that is wrong. I think I need to not let it do that. Where should I put the hit interruption at, then? Because obviously at the start of the attack, we want to make sure that it's not immediately hit at the start. But I feel like we're going to need to slip that check into a few things. Because anything can happen between the frames of the scripts running themselves. So first off, we've stopped it from doing that. Let's see if that alone does anything significant. Yeah, it makes it so that way I can't hit him again until it goes all the way through, which can make that frustrating. That's not what we want. So this is going to have either a true outcome, or we're going to have to skip over this and execute that hit check elsewhere. That is my current line of thought. So I'm going to comment that in here before I lose that line of thought. I hate that they have a white on white like theming for this. Why would you have the default color be for your text be white and not black when you're doing comments? I'm glad they gave it an outline and a drop shadow. Actually, I think it's just a drop. Yeah, it's just a drop shadow. There's no outline. Shame. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. It's white on slightly dark white. Yeah, and I can change the background color of it, obviously, but then that changes the color of everything else, and there's far more multiple colors in the nodes than there are in the text. So let the text be black, so that way it shows up on every other color that's available on the color picker, so that way I can... Common sense, not too common. Understood. We'll do that, and set the opacity down so it's not as weirdly color obscuring. There we go. So when it checks there and returns nothing here, huh. Common sense has run low, now it's a commodity. See, that's the problem. Everything is a commodity now. Everything is something to be purchased or rationed, and it's disgusting. I think I want to do another check for getting hit right before. I think if we get hit here, we set attacking to false. Not the Hawk Tua disgusting. Oh, not the combination of memes. Oh god, the fusions. He gave them Patara earrings. Oh. No. I've been on a bit of a rampage today with sending like feedbacks and responding to things that have been piling up a little bit. And one of the things I did was I sent in a feedback report using the ticket system for Brightspace, which is the system that our school uses. Because I understand if there's certain teachers and stuff that prefer not to use it, although it does annoy me that one of my teachers has a profoundly disgusting habit of just grossly negligent waste of paper, because they can literally upload everything to Brightspace and then tell people to submit on Brightspace using completely digital format and never have to print on another piece of paper. And yet every time we have class, they come in with a huge stack of printed out quizzes that and they still wind up posting the thing on the discussion too. They post the quiz on the discussion, but that only happened after I mentioned, like, hey, can we get that here for those people that like miss class or like other stuff. So it's I understand that there's certain people that may be a little slower getting into a system. That's fine. What I don't understand is why in this educational system that the update tab, the update notifications tab, or what's this actually called? Update alerts, the little bell icon? Why in the hell, outside of, like, this one right here is class related, open office hours. Nothing else on here has anything to do with anything I am doing in any of my classes. These are all little announcements that if we go here to the My Home tab, there is a news feed that has literally all of these notifications as icons and viewable, perusable things, and yet they still are sending these notifications saying content created, and it spams the entire thing, hiding the fact that I had quiz and assignment feedbacks, because they wanted to really let me know that there was a fine arts, a fine artist and teacher's resume workshop. This is my school shit. Like, my class-related stuff. You already have a news feed for this stuff. Don't put these things in my update notifications. That's pretty much the short version of what I gave as a feedback thing for Brightspace. Because fuck that. And it took 3 times of this happening to my detriment for me to actually get upset enough to do this. Because this is like the second or third time where the notification system is just like, hey, we have like between 5 to 8 new things here. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Let me click and see what these updates are. Oh, it's just a bunch of content created shit. And then I go back to doing my other shit. Not knowing that there's, like, scrolling down, loading more, that there's actual important class-related things that I needed to know. It's bad. It's bad, piss-poor design. They have other tabs for it already, and they're just kind of negligent. You need redundancy in your code, not in what your actual content production is. Speaking of, we need to institute other checks here, but we want to make sure that it turns off the attack. Like, the enemy does keep calling the attack if we've been, like, right after we've been hit. Got it. I see where my fix can be. Right here. Let's go ahead and get that hit value. Boop. So now, because we had this all going off event tick, it's going to check if we're in combat. Cool. If we're attacking, or rather if we're not attacking, which attacking is set when we're doing this here. So if we get hit, we're going to set it to not attacking, but honestly it doesn't really matter because we won't be able to set it to attacking if we're already hit. So I feel like I very comfortably took care of this problem. And if not, I can just undo that. But it checks if we're not attacking. It checks if we're not dead because, you know, It's going to check our current HP, make sure that it's above 0, because we want to make sure that this doesn't fire in the middle of the taking damage thing. So that's very early on in there. We get hit, we take the damage, and it sets our HP. So if at any point this HP hits 0, we cannot jump into calling another attack. Same with getting hit altogether. So generally take damage should prevent us from jumping into alt attack, which I can honestly rename to just regular attack, but I'll do that later. It's called alt attack because I had another attack that I was working on, like another line of code that was going, but it never worked, so then I made alt attack, and it did work. So that's why this still exists, and regular one doesn't. Not as exciting of a story. Let's test this. Make sure that we can hit him and make him stop attacking us in the process. Oh! I think I need to make sure that I can still move when I get hit. I think it's preventing movement whenever I get smacked. So we set that to not attacking, that's fine. It'll be in the player Kunoichi. Set looping. Alright, so that means that it could very well be in the controller under the animation control. Right, because we set things here. So if it's false, where's our input control? Why can't we then move if we're not doing the stuff? The stufas. Let's jump back to event graph and look near the start of stuff. Enhanced inputs right here. I want to make sure that I haven't set it up anywhere to disable our input. I know I have in like 1 or 2 spots for attacking, but it shouldn't be when we receive damage. And thus far, it's being a thing where we receive damage and we can't move. Is it possibly adding an impulse to our character? Those are prepping the attacks. That's still the heavy attack that we still haven't been able to get jumped into yet because we're still trying to troubleshoot this. Already working on this. There we go. Right. So if I'm in either of those two, for the current attack stage, it should prevent us from moving, but for some reason, it's also preventing us from moving whenever we're hit. Why? Interessante. We have movement here. I still haven't set a different move speed for going in depth directions because I'm not building map yet. What's preventing our movement? Choose animation. There's nothing in here that's, there's the get movement component, comparing the floats, run, idle, yada, yada. None of this is setting velocity to anything. Okay. Let's kind of see what's happening again. Oh, I can move. Okay, now I can't move. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a little disconnect from the controller, and we're going to select the new controller here and see what's happening. So it is setting us to idle. Let's see where we are in the debug string up here. So current attack type, yep, set to not attacking. Our hit value is false. It's still got these enabled, so we should have been able to move. Let's also set this here. Our shadow control is there. Huh. Okay. So we'll cut that off for right now, but we're also going to immediately turn it back on, and we're going to watch it from here. So I'm going to expand this like that, and that like that. Alright. We should be able to see on the left is still the player character. So we should be able to see the flow happening when we get hit. Alright, now I can't move. Yeah, so it was going up here the whole time. That was fine. But something was still preventing me from moving. What could that have been? Like, it's still preventing my motion. I don't have anything that disables my input. Stop movement immediately. Input action movement. There it is. There it is. I just realized there's probably one thing that's happening behind the scenes that I'm not noticing. And we're going to do a print of it right now. We're going to add it to our player controller debug string assembly. We're going to add 2 more pins here. For pin F, we're just going to hit shift and enter to give us that spacing, and then for this last one, oh boy, you guessed it, to string, we're going to check what our attacking bool is being set to, which is the most basic it's the most basic version of what all 3 of these are basically doing. These are more advanced and broken down versions of what is attacking, is not attacking amounts to. So let's see if our most basic form is the one that is causing the issue. By adding it to that printout. So every time we attack, we see that it sets to true. I can't move. And we see that it's idle, not attacking, but attacking is still true. That's why we can't move while we're getting hit. Because if we're attacking while we're getting hit, something happens and it prevents us from, it prevents our attacking from being true. So what I need to do is, I need to come in here. Either come in here and do it, or do it from another spot. But I need to, like, go right in here and find a way to set that, that one particular attack variable to false. I'm just gonna expand it to the left. I don't want to move the shit to the right. Makes no sense. So step 1, that hit has to happen, and then step 2, we look for player controller. Get player controller. And then we want to new player cast to the new player controller. Almost perfect fit. Scoot over a bit more. Have that jump up there, and then we're going to set attacking to false. Uh-oh. It's letting me move while attacking. That's not good. Oh, because I'm getting hit and then it's switching that up. But something else is being an issue. So it's like it is a fix, but it isn't a fix at the same time. I'm derp. So if we're not already hit or dead, we set hit, but we also want to branch and see if we were attacking. Damn it! Yeah, it's not going to let me grab that without first doing this cast here. Darn. So we do that, we do this quite literally, just so that way I can tell it to hold on a quick second. I hate when the code just goes longer and longer. This is why I've been starting to use sequences more, because I hate having to do the whole long scroll across for miles. But for now, I'll consider that a cosmetic thing that I need to take care of later. I don't know why I stretched it further down. Wishful thinking, I guess, because I want it to not be so long. Phrasing. Okay, so now we can go ahead and get attacking and plug that in here. If not attacking, no problem. Go straight to that. If you are attacking, though, well then, terminate your attack, and then move on to that. Clear? Clear. Hopefully. Let's find out. Still stop for our attacks appropriately. Everything else is still swapping good. We still stop for our attack. Cool, things are good. Oh, I need to stop him from turning if he's dead. That's funny. Looks like this worked. This adjustment to that did the thing. It made everything ugly, but it did it. It gave it the ugly. There you go. Get down there. Make room for your friends. Okay. That now works in a way that feels satisfactory to me. I will need to replace the actual getting hit sounds with, like, fleshy hit sounds. So we'll duplicate this and call it the getting hit sound array. And then we'll have to dump what's currently in there. Was halfway through. Good man. I read the rest of your sentence. Good man. Thank you for catching yourself. Because among most people, my mother is the one that would absolutely destroy you. Physically and psychologically. So, to answer your cheeky little question on the picture, honestly, if I do eventually one day get a bigger, better build, or an AMD build that will just be a stronger workhorse, I won't have much use for this giant chunky system here. As much as I would like to have a dual PC setup, one for work and one for play, I wouldn't need two jumbo giant workhorses like this for that. So I'd like to keep like the one primary and then have like a smaller off build kind of thing for personalized gaming reasons. Or have one that only has work-related computer, that work-related files and stuff, and then personal stuff on a whole other one, so that way I don't even look at the work computer if I'm not intending to work, right? So if that would be the case, then I would probably at some point try and host a giveaway. I wouldn't want to do like a resell, because actually I might have to do a resell. Now that I think about it, at base cost, this cost me $6,000. And then I added extra stuff to it, but we'll see how I'm feeling and where I'm at in my life whenever I finally wind up getting a new system. If I'm doing all right, then this might just become a very large giveaway PC, which to think about right now, jaw-dropping and not something that I ever would have thought I would even present as an idea, because quite literally when this build came together exactly the way I wanted it to, and I had the standing desk, I had the excellent chair, I had everything exactly how I wanted it, I perched myself on the chair, I looked at everything, and this was back when I was still married, and I fucking cried. I cried. Sorry, I don't think this was when I was married. I think it was either... It was probably a little bit shortly after that had ended. I don't know, time's weird. Either way, I quite literally perched, looked at the entire setup, and I had the single, like, Cherokee native tear roll down my face, and I had to like analyze myself and be like, why am I crying right now? And I realized that when I was homeless on the streets trying to scrounge for fucking garbage to eat, I didn't think I'd ever get to a point where I would have something that I wanted so deeply and like be able to appreciate and enjoy and have it. But I do. So let it be a lesson learned that things will, if you work hard enough, eventually get better. Actually, it's more than just if you work hard enough, because there's people that'll actively try and stop you, and they'll try and disguise themselves as people that are trying to help you. So you have to be diligent. Not paranoid, but just diligent. We have this working. Where are my sounds? Let's go to sounds here. And we have horror and suspense sounds. Let's look through what we've got. I already have the zombie sounds instituted there. We do have atmospheres and loops that I could try and use. Ooh. Dungeon loop. I like these. yes, 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 yes. Ooh, a nice dead forest sounds. I'm actually probably going to wind up using this loop quite a bit. This dead forest loop, because we are going to have a little forest section navigating to the castle section. That's going to be the main area where we have our thing, our game. You know, that'll be after midterms and stuff when we're actually getting to that. Foley and SFX sounds. We've got some beefy impacts. Let's take a look at these. Not bad. If the game audio is spiking too loud, let me know and I can turn down the dial for game audio. Let's look at the beefy hit and miss. Okay. Beefy hit object. No. These are for like the enemy landing a hit on us. Those feel kind of alright. I feel like Beefy Punch A has like a metallic sound to it. So I'm thinking if we take Beefy Punch B down through to the short kick B. Just 3 options for what our getting hit would sound like. So let's create the multiple cues for these. Let's grab those. Let's go to the player Konoichi. Make sure that that array is pulled up so that way we can kind of just do this and do that. There we go. So now what we do is we take the getting hit sound array and we plug that in right there. So this is technically, if we look at the undead enemy and turn the music back on. Let's see, taking damage, undead enemy, hit detect. I put hit detect here instead of take damage. Show bubble and zoom. Yes. Okay. So it has the hit sound array. Basically, our player does their attack, and the hit sound array is the thing that plays like an initial fleshy hit sound for getting hit, and then the zombie hit sound is the reaction sound from the enemy. So, oh wait, I guess technically that means that, let's see what our miss sounds are like here. Hello? Right, I plugged that in as just a placeholder. So we have the getting hit sound array that's actually going to be the one that plugs in here. I still need to have, like, sounds of the character reacting to the hit be plugged in here. So I need to get those. Or find some sort of substitute, but let's see what happens. This says voice. Designed? Ooh. We're going to pause again because this looks interesting. Sus. That's labeled zombie growl. That sounded like a very draconic zombie. Those all sound like draconic zombies. Oh. Y'all are reading that. I'm not going ahead and playing those sounds, but I have them available apparently. Let's see what the horror screams. This might be loud. Let me turn down the game audio just by like 6 decibels. That's funny. Okay. Don't think I'll use any of those. I'll have to find something. Oh, ghost maidens. Ooh, actually. Ah, reading it is hard because of resolution. Got it. That's quite possibly to be expected. I'll read those off. I'll read one of them off. It was 3 different versions of choked male moaning. I have them available. I probably will never use them, but we have choked male moaning sounds that we didn't have to make. Listen, y'all only really hear like a quarter of 1,000th of the unhinged shit that goes through my head. Just be comfortable in that knowledge, all right? So, where were we? Sounds, right. uh, one of the things that popped into my head immediately was like, God damn, I live in San Francisco. If I wanted the sound of choking males moaning, I could literally aim my microphone out the window. I live next to the Castro district. It's right there. I could see it. Good God. Okay. Um, I'll need to do a quick kind of search here. You know what? I'm gonna go off to the side just in case because freesound.org, although a very good resource to use to try and find your sounds quite literally for free, exactly what it says. Don't worry about the way it looks here. I have personal settings on my account that shows me the spectrogram, which I'm honestly probably going to turn off because that doesn't show me like it shows me the intensity of certain things, but not like volume level. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure that that is no longer doing a thing, because that kind of actually bothers me a bit. Show spectrograms in sound player by default. Nope. Turn that off. Update. Perfect. Now the reason I have it pulled off to the side is because freesound.org is also used to pull up NSFW sounds, because people will dump those on there too. So I'm pretty sure if I'm trying to find anything with female in the tag, it's going to be questionable because people are weird. Ah, I'm so glad that it still tags things, like it blurs them out and says, warning, this sound may be inappropriate for some users. Thank you so much. So much. No. No, 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 no. Let's see. Nope, not that one, not that one, not that one. No. Nope. 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 Love how there's so many things just saying funny. I might have to cut through something. This might be questionable. Hang on. I'm sure that it's not going to grab my audio. Completely put together? Oh, it did grab the audio? That's great. That's wonderful. So, I was just about to say, completely put together, it can sound very wrong, but once I split these up and grab just 2 of those hit reaction sounds, it's gonna be fine. Oh, lovely. I wonder which one of the audio channels it was actually grabbing it from, because technically its web audio should only be grabbing specifically from one of my windows and not from all of them. So it's hilarious that it did grab it, but whatever. It wasn't a sound that was marked as intentionally, you know, wrong. It's just that people will do what they do and be like, oh, that can sound dirty, and then they'll immediately switch to that. Which is what I was trying to avoid entirely. We'll go to combat design here, and I'll go to the sounds folder and drop it in the downloaded sounds. Thank you, username Madam Vicious, for creating these hit sounds, because they are actually kind of on point, regardless of dirty-minded individuals. So I can close that out, and I can actually just use that with Audacity. And then also with Audacity, I can do things like change pitch, tone, and, you know, create more than 1 or 2. A new update. Fine. I'm gonna let the update run through first. Yep, there you go. Do the thing. Don't worry about launching, because I'll have to do it again. From yep. Open with, there you go. Close that out. Also, this sound is a stereo sound, something that you want to be aware of when you're creating sound cues and stuff, because they're set to very specific things. That's kind of an eyesore. There we go. There should be a dark mode for this already. I'm pretty sure I saw that show up. Hang on, I'm going to be a fool for a moment and look to see if I can find it. That's audio settings, interface. Oh, look, there it is. Okay. The borders of it are still an eyesore, but it's not a complete eyesore anymore. That's actually really... I'm vibing with this. I also like the gray and orange back. Yeah, all right. I would have made it a little darker. It's cool. It's cool. It is an audio thing, so let's worry about the audio. And I'm going to say immediately that I know that this was one of the sections that I did want. We're going to go ahead and copy that bit and create a new track. Starting at 0. And we'll paste that on there. And probably going to add an effect of taking that pitch and probably dropping it by 3. That'll be fine. I wanted to hit solo on this one. And technically just output this one sound on its own. Export. That would be going to the wrong folder. Let's go ahead and put that appropriately in the downloaded stuff. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, those are the ones that I actually made myself. I think I'm just gonna have to drop these straight into the project. Which, honestly, not a problem. Let's go to our active builds directory. Go into Unreal Night Terrors, go to the content folder, sounds, and then we want to just kind of... what do we have here? I don't have a specific folder for the hit reactions. I think I have it in an enemy folder somewhere. So that's still going to be at stereo. We're going to cancel that real quick. We're going to mix stereo down to mono. Now we're going to export it. It'll be a little bit easier. That's Konoichi damaged numero uno. It's exporting just the current selection. Trim blank space before the first clip. We export and up. We need to make sure that folder's correct, because it's not putting it into our correct sound folder anymore. There we go. Yeah! I hit the goddamn cancel button again. It's okay. We're really learning this process. Really learning it. Getting it down pat. Everyone can see just how thorough it is. Save. Export. No. Oh, no. It's fine. I muted the other one, but no, it'll make it a whole 6-second thing. You've got to be kidding me. Hate. All of my hate. Select. Export audio. Again. Export to computer. This is just for the first one. I have to make other ones, which is why this is annoying me. Content. Sounds. Yes. Export. Computer crash. Just kidding. That one is done. Let's see what happens if we swap that. That's a sound we don't want. What about that one? That one's fine. We can copy that one out. Go to tracks, add new, stereo track. B, turn off solo mode on this, turn on solo mode on this. And probably give it a slight volume amplification. Too much. Jesus. Let's see about a 5 decibel amp. Seven ought to work. Yeah, sure. Tracks, mix, mono. Export audio. Do that. Paste, because we've done it enough times that I remembered to actually copy one out. And it's in the correct location. Mono, current selection. Excellent. And this one in okay. I found a sprite set that could work to get me a Deer Man for my project. However, the price for it is $12 on sale for $7.20, and I very much doubt my sister would get it for me for, just from the title alone. Yeah, that's the rough spot when it comes to finding like sprites close to what you really want, because You gotta remember that the people that are making these sprites are also artists that are trying to do this to be able to live off of their art as well. Even if it's... I don't even want to say, like, even if it's, like, little sprite art. Because the sprite art can actually be a challenge to create and make it look good. Because you can plainly see the difference when you're actually looking for sprites, which ones are, you know, made quickly, hastily on the spot, or by people that don't really know a lot of concepts about pixel art. And then you can tell the ones that are, like, bordering, they should be working on the next FNAF Into the Pit because of how smooth those pixel graphics look, kind of stuff. And finding ones that are like that and also free, hard. Super hard to find. Which is why I always post in the Discord whenever I find like super discounted stuff on Humble Bundle that's like, if it's going to be $7, it's going to be $7 for like 70 different things that you could use. That kind of stuff. Like I go for the quantity, more bang for the buck when it comes to that kind of stuff. That one was kind of okay. That one's good. One more track here. Bring us back to the beginning, paste that in. Turn off solo mode for that. Turn on solo mode for this. I don't think it really needs anything on there, so I'm not going to bother. And down mix that to a mono. Export audio. Paste. I think 3 reaction sounds is going to be good. Because I have basically like a baseline of 3 sounds for everything to kind of give variety. Should be able to close this out now. So if we just go out to the main sounds folder, I should be able to hit import. Yes. There we go. And then we go... Hold up. All those are super low. We're going to set them to volume 2 across the board. Just because that's like such a low sound. Hopefully creating the cues will pick up on that change. That's 3, that's 2. What was one not one that needed to change? It definitely did. Let's go ahead and make the sound cues and see what happens. I can see that in the game audio it does spike up a bit. Yeah, volume multiplier goes down to a 0.75, so we're gonna set that actually to like 1.5s for the others as well. Basically doubling what the volume multiplier is all around, because we also did it to the base like 4 file that we were creating the sound cue off of. There we go. I can actually hear those reactions. Now we can go back to the player Kunoichi and say that this was the... let's go ahead and add hit reaction sound array. And we're going to look up sound cue. And then we right click that and it turns it into an array type. If you wind up getting curly brackets, that means you're turning it into a list type. Or as it's called in Unreal, a set. Set is just like a set. If I bring this down here, you see that it says set right beneath array. I'm reading it off because I know that it's hard to read at this resolution, but that says set, that says array. So an array is going to be generally one size, and then the set is just going to be like a slightly more modular but less functionality version of an array, as far as I understand it. I generally do like using lists, but a lot of times you'll wind up having to convert it to an array to get access to the array functions, which are going to be a bit more robust. So now we can take this hit reaction array and add these 3 hit reactions. Now let's go ahead and give this a test by pausing this. Waiting for that to disappear so I can... There you go. I'm definitely hearing the thunks of getting slapped. Are those the actual... Were those the hit sounds that I grabbed? Oh, that's why it was so loud, because it was doing both of them. So it was just picking 2 random sounds out of the 3 available sounds. Yeah, the solid thunking was definitely there. Alright, come on now. Hit me! She made it! She lived! Cool. I think I can actually possibly set that, the sound cues back, not to 0.75, but possibly to about maybe 1 to 1.5 in volume. So let's try it at 1.15. We'll copy that value and just kind of paste it in here. Hit all 3 of them with the save command. Cool. That is working. I'm gonna have to change the, I feel like I might need to modify the enemy's attack speed. But currently, I'm liking the reactions that can be gotten from the player. I'm going to modify some sprites real quick, so that way we get some better readability. And, yeah. So let's take a look at the sprites. Oh, these are the attack animation sprites that I found. Enemies, sprites, player. Right. So we wanted to take a look at these sprites for... Oh, you have a separate texture for each one. That's actually perfect. We're going to cancel because I accidentally just chose to close out everything, and that's not what I want. But what I am going to do now is jump into our combat design folder, because I have the original things for the sprites in here. Oh man, I think I definitely put an entire copy of my sprites folder in here. Full sprite packs and bundles. That's not the right one. Character sprites and sheets. Paid one, there it is. PNG animations. Yep. So we want to look for in here. Good lord, they're tiny. It's alright. I'm going to pull this off to the side so that way we can look here at which animations we actually need to look at for our attack. I'm going to grab all of those. And also the hit animation as well. Alright. Set them all to no looping for right now for these previews. Actually, I wonder if this is actually the toggle that'll stop looping altogether, like by default. That'd be wild. But let's see. So, start out, very start here at attack 1. So we're at the front of our animation here. I've got the slider. You can't really see it unless you look at the bottom left here. See that little red slider that's moving around my finger? Yeah, there it is. That little red slider is our slider for the animation. So I want to, I think, flash white on this first frame, and then white again on this one. Which is honestly just a copy of it, isn't it? No, they gave us 2 separate sprites of the same thing, even though it is pretty much the same thing. That's number 5, and that's number 1. Yeah, it's the same thing. But we'll still change it up so that way... No, we'll just make Sprite 1. We'll make a version of Sprite 1 that's normal. Or that's whited out. So, Sprite 1, we're going to open this in Photoshop. And we're going to add a white mask on top of it. Zooming in real good here. Now, if I just go ahead and select this here is going to create a mask, so let's say solid color. And white is already the solid color, that's fine. But if we go ahead and clip that to the player, then that's what we get. If I'm going to make it more visible for us to go ahead and actually see what our result is here. There. I just added a black background so you can see that we have successfully... The only thing that we did is we made the character have just pure white for all of their pixel density information. So now we can export this. Quick export as PNG, and this is going to go into right into the game. We're going to drop it into Sprites, Sprites Player, under Kunoichi. I'm going to go into attack 1, and I'm going to call this, I'm going to replace 07 with whiteout. Right? We're not going to save those changes, because then that'll change the overall sprite thing. I don't care about your updates. You've been ass ever since you've tried to put AI, generative AI, to feed off of everyone's stuff. I only use you for classwork. And that is fact. Whenever I'm not working on something specifically for class, I have generally been using open source programs like LibreOffice, which is basically the Microsoft Office or Microsoft suite of products, but not. And it's libre, so Spanish for free. So, one sprite there, white sprite of attack 2. for the first one, and I think we can terminate it at 3. So 0 and 3. Oh, I got these from the main attack. Okay. Good to know. Oh, no, I didn't. 0, 8, attack 2, attack 4. 0, 8, 2, attack. Really? Where are you right now? What is this? Show me your sprites. In order. Yeah. Yeah, see, that feels a little odd, don't it? Oh, that's right. Okay, so the way that they separated it out inside the folders for this specific asset pack is that they basically cut up the full attack animation and then they exported it to attack 1, attack 2, attack 3, stuff like that. But in each folder, attack 1 just has like the sprites for attack 1, but attack 2 has the sprites for attack 1 leading into attack 2, and then all the sprites for attack 2. And then attack 3 is basically all of it combined. Which is the same as the full attack, which they added as a separate thing. It's a thing. I understand officially that you can go a little nuts. We're going to import, and we're going to make sure that we get this one, and what was it? 7 or 6? I think it was 6. Yeah, from 0 to 3. So this one we're going to get whited out, and then this one we're going to white out. Right? So let's get that Photoshop. It's already, the program's open, so I can just kind of do this and it'll open it up. So we're going to do the same thing as before. We're going to just click on the masking button down there. We're going to hit solid color. White is fine, and then you're going to hold Alt and go to the space between the layers right there while holding Alt, and you're going to left click. And that'll attach that color fill that you just made as a mask on your whatever's beneath it, which is going to be the player sprite. So now we can just, once again, export this. Make sure I go to the correct attack phase and call this whiteout. And then do the same thing for this. Open with. If I close this out and hit no, that'll be fine. But we're going to do the exact same thing here as well. If we're going to the space between, better avoid the Demogorgon. Listen, I play Dead by Daylight. The Demogorgon's a joke. Also, I have a brain. I have to admit, that poor nerdy girl from Season 1 that was victim definitely shouldn't have been if she were, like, super nerd. Like the literal children that could think faster than grown people. Okay. We'll export this. Give it the same whiteout treatment. Except this one was, what was the name of this one? Attack 7. So we have that. Next up, we want attack 3 stuff. So we'll close that out. Nope, no need to save it. Minimize. Yes, we will import. Now what we can do is we can replace this with the... I haven't made them into sprites yet. That's my mistake. So... where'd they go? There you go. It says whiteout texture. We want to make sure that we go there and apply Paper 2D sprites, because or else it's going to show the whole mask. Because Paper 2D sprite texture settings, that's basically telling it to allow alpha and other stuff like that. So now that we've done that, we can create sprite from that. And now we can go to the player 1 attack. And we can find keyframe 1. Just type whiteout. Look for the all caps version. There we go. Whiteout. Attack 1. Sprite 1. Ta-da! And then we can do the same thing here. Whiteout. All those destructible whiteout spots. Attack 1 sprite. There you go. So for the enemy, I actually made it slightly less intense for the whiteout. Like it was more of a... I alpha faded it a little more efficiently. I'll have to do that for the red, but for the white flash, I want it to be a little extra noticeable for the player, because that'll be their attack window. I done fucked up. Yeah, I done messed up. I want this to be for the chain window. Yeah, so the chain window would be there from what? 2 to 4, I think. So 4 is fine. I still kind of needed that one, but I do kind of need this one as well. So let's open that back up. PNG attack 1. Make sure that we grab, what is that, the 3rd? Yep. Open that up. Le Photoshop. And then we go ahead and do the thing. Attach. And you know what? Why not? Why not? Just ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. Adjust that to 80% opacity. Easy. That's the wrong command. I wanted export quick PNG. Huh. Did I mess that up? I feel like this whiteout should have been... Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm in the second attack. Save portion. That's what it is. So let me do whiteout. And be gone. Mini, and we'll change this back to the regular attack sprite. Those are jump sprites. Idle, run, jump, roll, projectile, trap, attack! There it is. Wonderful, you remember. Okay, now we want to go to 3 and set that to one of the new whiteout sprites, which we have imported, but we still have not fully made. I need to remember to frickin' do that. Apply, and create. Cool, so I should be able to take this, go right in here, and then just bloop. Save them all. There you go. Now you can see what it is. So theoretically, this should now be a nice looping. So that flashes at the I messed it up. It was this one. It was that one. Whoopsies! Yeah. Set attack 3, I replaced attack 4. Whoops. Or rather, the third frame of the attack. Now let's take a look at it. I was wondering why it looked a little off. Awesome. So the white flashing is the chain window. That is the main thing to take away from this. When it flashes white, that's the best time to go ahead and hit the attack to cause your chain to happen. Next up, chain window would technically start at the, at the 1, but I'd want it to flash on the 0. So I'll add a frame and have it flash in there. But foist. Oh, we already have the whiteouts for this, don't we? Let's add an array element real quick. Drop this down and see about grabbing that whiteout. Woo! I'm sorry, this music has like such Banjo-Kazooie vibes, such a Mad Monster Mansion like juju energy that is just really hitting good for me. I didn't do the second attack state stuff yet. There we go. I was wondering why I couldn't find it on the list. So I needed to apply Paper 2D textures and go ahead and create the sprites. Now I should be able to find them on the second attack list. So that way I can add this here. Whiteout. Should show up down here with these now, yep. Now with that one, I'm going to take index 6 and place it there. And then, what's our ending one? This is wrong. This is bad. I need to stop this. Specifically that action. But what I just did, trying to make it work out, quote unquote, a little bit better, was going to absolutely wreck my stuff. I just realized that. Holy shit. Because I have everything counted by frames and I manually input in each of the like preparatory functions to set everything up, I also tell it which frames are which. As in which ones start and end the damage windows and all that shit. So if I go ahead and add new frames to the animation, it throws off the entire thing. So let's not. There's no need for me to add other frames to this. I just need to replace the appropriate things here. Which would be this one. And this one. Yep. Play it. Back to the beginning. Cool. That's done. Air attack? You really want to go next? Fine. There is no actual, like, chain window for this. So I think I'll just make one a flashed white, and then... that's just it. I'll just make number 1 the first index frame, the flash white one. For air attack. It doesn't need, like, a determiner to tell it when it's the end of the chain window. There is no chain window for an air attack. You air attack and you end. So this one's just going to be to mark the damage window opening. So let's go to the folder. Let's find the main air attack. There you are. And this is the correct frame to play with. Open that back up. We'll do the whole solid color and a white. But let's also... Oh, I can't set the alpha from here. That's fine. I'll set it in a moment. Clip that on. Set the opacity to 80. There you go. I do like the reduced opacity whiteout. I might eventually check out the other ones and modify it. But for right now, that's a little micro tuning that doesn't really necessarily need to happen. Oh, I messed that up. I exported it and I didn't change the name. Processing source file changes. Yeah, it's Where's the air attack? There it is, yep, it replaced it. So technically, yep, it's already done now. I replaced the original. Whoopsies. At least the original within the project. I still have the original, obviously, unedited in at least 2 different locations. But, hey, it does what I needed it to. We can save this now. Close that out. Part 3. This is going to be another one that only has, like, maybe 1 sprite. Oh, wait, no, I'm thinking of the special attack. Actually, this one, too. Sprite 1. I think Sprite 1 of the ending attack combo will be a good one. Part 3. And Sprite 1's name is actually 9-3 attack 8. 9-3 attack 8. There you are. Open with Photoshop. And you know what? I'm just going to copy this color fill here since I didn't close it out. Copy layer style, I guess. You gonna give me the option? Paste layer style. You kind of did and kind of didn't at the same time. No, you changed the main thing. That's wild. Alright, whatever. I'll just do it the quote-unquote long way. White. Clip. 80%. Or do 100% 80%. Weirdo. And then we go to File, and we want to give it that export. This is going under... Should be under Attack 3. Yep. Let's change that name this time. And I think I have like 1 more. 2 more. Import. And let's go to the correct folder. There you are. Sorry about the whistling. I'm hearing this little tinkling sound in the song, and it's really hypnotic. Okay, we should be able to just drag that onto there. Kunoichi Part 3, replace. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. That should finish that off. And special attack. We haven't technically even finished this, so I'm actually going to leave it be for right now. But for the Kunoichi getting hit. I think making 0 and 1, 0 and 4, the red flashes, is going to be the better bet. So let's go to PNG animations. Let's go to take hit. It'll be that first frame. Open with Photoshop, as well as that second to last frame. Open with Photoshop. Get rid of the third part of that attack sequence animation, and then we're going to add solid color. Flip it down. 80%. Might actually need to be a little bit lower. I think actually a good 50% is good for red, for the red tint. So we'll export that. And go down to take hit. And we'll basically just kind of do the exact same thing. Why do they give me duplicate layer, but they don't give me a copy layer? They only give me a copy layer style. The hell with you. What if I want that? See? I knew it. I knew I could do it if they just fucking let me. And now let's export this one as well. Crimson, take hit, 5. Should be 5. Gut. Sehr gut. Import. Do the thing. Take hit. And let's go ahead and swap these up. Apply their settings. Create their sprites. And change their states here. So let's go into index 0 and type crimson. There should only be, yep, wonderful. And same with index 4, crimson. Cool, so this should be, yeah. Awesome. I like it. There's ways that you can make that better, obviously. You can go ahead and set like the full red one as your alternate sprite, and then what you can do is you can kind of do a gradient change up to that sprite. And by gradient change, I mean you can technically kind of like do an opacity, like overlay. There's a lot of various different ways that you can do to try and make your visuals play out. Enough so that it's quite literally its own, like, not subgenre, what is it? Discipline. It's its own discipline within, like, development and stuff like that. So we have people specifically for those tasks. Taking damage was fine. I might have to change the volume on the enemy taking damage, honestly. But everything else seems pretty good. Still going to go into the horror and suspense thing. Maybe look into changing these to volume 2. Because I didn't do that. 6 Soundwave generic asset editor. So it's basically doing it for all of them? Let's hope. Now let's open each one individually. That's a 2. Let's go to 4. That's also a 2. Cool, so it should be fine. That alone tells me it should be fine. Let's hope it doesn't go too crazy here. Yeah, I definitely need to fix that dude's attack speed because he's on it. He is messing me up. But we can tune that now. Happy about it. The hits look good. Everything else looks fine. Actually, let me double check these flashes now. Nice. Although somehow I feel like it's not reading the way I had anticipated it to. I might need to swap those back. At least for the attack animations, which makes me a little annoyed at the waste of time for it, but it's part of the process. So I'm definitely going to, because I'm already navigating to it. It just doesn't feel the way I wanted it to. So where's the damaged ones? ATK 2. Oh, that's right. This is the one that I had modified. Like the base one. Crud. I'm going to go back into the PNG animations and find the regular air attack. And that is the one that it needs. So we're going to drag that and drop it into Unreal Terrors, Content, Sprites, Sprites Player, Kunoichi, air attack. Plays that bad boy. We'll re-import. There we go. Problem solved. So that one's good, and I'll just need to go into the other attacks here and undo their sprite color change. This wasn't something that I added into it. No, this is attack 3. This one is still needed. ATK 3. Sorry, ATK underscore 3. Yeah, there you go. And ATK underscore 1. Actually, you needed to be ATK underscore 5, didn't you? Yeah. Yeah, you're fine. That one's back to normal. Let's go for part 2 and 3. I might need to add some red sprites to the death animation, but also possibly not. We shall see. So, let's see. ATK underscore 4. And we're going to look for part 8. Yep. ATK underscore 7. As, yep. Wonderful. Enjoy your normalcy. Part 3. ATK underscore 8. Normal. And I think that was the only one on there, right? Because it doesn't chain. Yeah, we can already see the change there. Something feels a little off. Yep, that's what's off. I was using the previous attack animations frame there, so it was doing a little weird pop that I noticed. All right, those are all back to normal. At least the hit recognition is something somewhat different. I will be right back. I need to go to the bathroom, and then we'll continue on. Okay. So, what have we got so far? I'm so sorry that I coughed, like, directly in the direction of the receiver for the mic. We have objects that react, bounce, flash when they get hit. Enemy that flashes white when it's attacking. Reaction to getting hit with a flash of red. And I can technically still be kind of out of range and still affect the enemy, which is kind of nice, honestly. I actually do not mind that. Because that's like at the very, very, very tip, and I can honestly just expand the enemy's range by like 1 more centimeter, and that might fix it. But for now, I think I kind of like that. One of the things to kind of keep in mind is the size of our character and their standing surface area when we're thinking about this, because this is a 3-dimensional space. So one of the things that we can, or that we have to kind of pay attention to, is the surface area that we can walk on. When we're on an object. Because seeing as how it's a 2-dimensional thing, it's never gonna quite look right, you know? Like, I really wish that I could just put a regular cylinder and then, like, have it be that whatever angle you look at it, it's going to have the sprite be the animated thing. I'll have to fine-tune it. But, like, currently, you can stand on these for, like, what looks like a decent amount, but it's a much shorter distance when you're actually, like, playing, and obviously you shouldn't be able to stand too far ahead of it. But currently they're working. This one definitely needs to, like, touch the floor, so that way things look and feel correctly. And again, this isn't even like one of my regular actual stages. This is literally the template stage for the Paper 2D side scroller. Sorry. And I had to actually, like, download this from a Git repository because Unreal removed it from their regular template thing. So, la-di-da. Oop, sorry. I did intend to get rid of the character there. That was an intention. What do I need to do combat-wise for this guy now? What would you guys say? What's that? What's the radius of your capsule? Your capsule radius is 30. So that means 30 centimeters from the center position of this enemy is like where it can be solid. Now, what I've got in my head is that with those 30 centimeters, if a character is behind the enemy, and the enemy, you know, obviously can detect that there's someone there, but they're going to turn either, you know, left or right to address them, and then they're going to spawn a damage field, which is a capsule aimed in those directions. If the player stands far enough up or down, like depth-wise, from the enemy, then the damage field won't properly hit them. But can we properly hit them then? That's the true question. If the enemy can't hit me when I'm there, but I also can't hit them. Okay, so we see there, like, I'm technically kind of behind him. See? We found the life hack. We found the life hack. So first I want to change your attack speed. Do I have a variable for that? Attack rate. Am I calling it anywhere? Probably not. Let's find out. Find references, by name, attack rate. Nope, nothing. Not used once. So that means that I can go to event tick right here. What do I have attack rate set to? 1. We now have a can attack bool. And we're going to do a little time manipulation here. So when that initial detection happens, we're going to pick attack direction, but we're also going to set timer by function name. And we're going to create a little function. We're going to call this function attack cooldown check. That was my pinky popping. That's crazy. That was loud. All right. So in order to facilitate that, we'll actually need to create a function called attack cooldown check. But that means that this now actually links to something. And we'll set that timer equal to the attack rate. And we'll make the attack rate. The attack rate already is exposed as a public variable, so we should be able to see it as one of the default values when we're out in our editor. We'll set this to looping. But what we will do is grab this return value and set it to clear and invalidate timer by handle whenever the exit end overlap is called. So when the player's out of range, it ends this attack cooldown check. And we should also probably, well, it exits it, clears it, does all that. We'll do a max once per frame for that check as well. So now what do we want it to actually be checking in that attack cooldown? Well, we're going to need it to check if we're attacking. If it's true, we need to set can attack to false. If false, we want to check something else. We want to check if we are hit. If we are, jump right back up to that one. Set can attack as false. If we're not hit, and we're not attacking, are we dead or destroyed? Sorry, I'm quiet. I'm just reading through the other variables here and checking to see if any of these would also be limiting things that would prevent us from being able to attack. We're not saying to attack, but saying that it's able to attack. I see that there is a new chat. I will go ahead and address it here in a second. I just want to make sure that I don't lose my train of thought, because currently that sumbitch is wobbly as hell. So if we are destroyed, we also go up to the set can attack to no, but in the event that any of these, that all of these cleared, well then, we can set can attack to be true. But then again, can't we also just... Yeah, if it's not going at each tier and telling it that it's okay, then... and we have to get to the end tier before it can ever learn it, then yeah, I think we can get away with just doing this. So now it's just an AND bool that checks if we're attacking... Oh, now I see. So whenever it has to be true for all of those for it to not be able to attack. Now I see the error of my ways. We'll put it back to the previous method. That's right. Get rid of that. Leave it as is. It doesn't need to be simplified any further. It's already simple. Let me not F it up. So now theoretically this should call at the rate of attack, which we're going to... Keeping it at 1 is fine for right now. And now we need to actually serve a purpose for that. There we go. Can attack. Perfect. If not, we'll just have to go in for that reset as well, because that would kind of suck. Okay, now let me read up on that. What game would you like to come back in terms of a port or remaster of it to PC? Oh my god. I don't know if you've ever seen The Matrix. In my opinion, everyone should have seen The Matrix, but I don't know if you ever did. If you have, I want you to think back and remember the scene where they showed him the armory, where it was just white, empty, void space, and then just whoom, nothing but armory racks with weapons of every type imaginable from every period of time imaginable just appeared. That is what just happened to me when I read that, because there are so many games that I want to see redone and just like not remade, but like a good remaster that pays attention to every aspect of it, goes through the whole thing, rebuilds it top to bottom, and just perfects it. There's far too many for me to narrow down immediately. You know, old me would have said Final Fantasy VII, but they've already taken that up. That task has been... We've been expecting that for so long, and it happened. God, I feel like there's some N64 games that deserve respect. The Pokemon Snaps or Pokemon Stadiums. That's what I'd like to see redone. I'd like to see redone with our current technology and stuff, so that way you don't have to have, like, the attachments and stuff to plug in stuff. You can just download your data from somewhere and have your Pokemon available. You know, sync it up to your Nintendo account or some shit. And then you can have your Pokemon Snap save all of your screenshots in these new high fidelity things. Make a Pokemon Snap like DLC or expansion pack for every new location that they've had. Because Pokemon Snap was dope as shit, and bringing it to PC is so easy because the entire mechanic for Pokemon Snap, I don't know if anyone noticed this, is screenshots. The whole thing is just screenshot simulator. Take a look at this in-motion stuff, take a screenshot. We'll grade your screenshot based off of some visual data that we'll acquire based off of what was visible in the viewport. That's all that was. And it was amazing. It was so cool, and then you were able to go ahead and evolve things based off certain other scenarios, and like Pokemon Snap was so awesome. I loved Pokemon. I spent so much time on Pokemon Snap. I would spend so much time again on Pokemon Snap. I'm not even playing any of the new series of Pokemon games. I stopped like at Pokemon Black and White, I think. Maybe even before then. But I'm still interested in all of their designs and stuff. I'm still interested in what's going on. I hate the fact that Nintendo's a bunch of scrupulous little bastards with everything that they do and like trying to destroy anyone that like starts to try and rise up. Because their whole thing with Pal World, they said they trademarked or they patented the mechanic of capturing a monster or creature by throwing an object at it in 3D space. And they said they patented it with a specific game, like The Legend of Arceus or something. But the thing is that that mechanic has been already reused by several other people that were probably inspired by the 2D Pokemon, but they went ahead and used the 3D object in 3D space used to capture a creature or monster. It's already been done before they put that patent in for that exact thing in 3D space. So they're just trying to be nitpicky and trying to stop someone that has, you know, gained money before they can gain more money and potentially be able to defend themselves too much. That is kind of predatory, in my opinion, and a little monopolistic, but they handle all of their disputes over in Japanese courts, so they have, you know, the ability to kind of control that. What gets even better about the patent deal is that it was made months after yeah, no, definitely. Yep. Yeah, it's shady business, and all of it is sent, like, all the shadiest shit that happens is generally based around trying to get what will give you more perceived power, which is almost always currency, money. Which is why I always try and push to you guys that the only true currency that really matters in life is time, because that is what we all have and what is constantly being spent no matter what. You have a finite amount of time in the world. What are you spending it on? That is the true question. Are you enjoying the things that you are spending your time on? And when the country we are currently living in is having us spend 80% of our time working, with about 10% of time for, you know, social activities, and then 10% of time to sleep and recover, for those lower to middle class, because middle class is now closer to lower class than it is upper class, so it's not even really a true middle class anymore. It's all bad. So, remember, time. You don't get this node in real life. You don't get to set new time. You don't get to reverse or reverse from end. There's only a play from start that plays once, and then there's a stop. That's it. And God, you just want to be able to make sure that you've reached this finished before you hit that stop. That's all. That's all there is to life. Money is something that we created to control each other. That's all it is. So, moving on past the socio-political topic that I always seem to get wrapped up in because it engulfs every aspect of everyone's life. We were looking at this timer, right, to set the attack rate, which is already set to be a public function. It'll clear itself once we leave the range. It's going to check if we can attack before it lets us attack, and if we can't attack, since this part is on a do once, it's just going to reset that do once, so that way it can, you know, go through and check itself as much as possible. And we have to make sure, well, this is technically going to set our attack and can't attack based off once we attack, it'll set attacking to true. So we can leave that. Let's try it out. Let's also set the... Okay, he's already being checked, I guess. There it is. Still kind of doing his own thing. Also, I think I just noticed that my attack thing was stuck to true again. Hang on. Yeah, it was stuck to true for a second. I saw that, but it wasn't stopping our movement. Let's check that again. Ha! Okay. It says false. Although one instance of good and several that were possibly bad isn't exactly the best test, but we're about at the end of the stream here. We're almost up to the 4-hour mark, which means that our connectivity is probably going to start fizzling and getting weird. But so far we did a good amount. I'm going to fine-tune that timer and see if I can, like, kind of drastically alter our attack rate. You know what? I've still got 6 minutes. Why don't I just stop trying to explain it and just freaking do it? Do it, brother! Where's it at, man? Attack rate. Let's set that to 10. Hit me. Oh, he's waiting for the timer to end before he sweeps through and checks, right? He's attacking. It's waiting. It's waiting. There it is. Oh, now he's just going. He ignored the rest of the timer. He said, alright, look, I waited out your fucking timer. I'm done. He don't like it. That was crazy. I kind of want to see what was happening here. What the hell, man? Okay, so we pick attack direction, we adjust the facing direction, and then generally that kicks off to start doing its thing. We know that that is at least functioning to stop him from attacking, considering this is running off of a tick. Is it possible that I bumped out of range and then jumped back in before it could, like, really resolve this? And then it was, like, restarting the timer before it got to, completely clear it, so it turned itself off, and then he didn't have a timer anymore and said, oh, free ass whooping time. I feel like that may have been what happened. That feels like it would be the most logical thing, because that is kind of how code like this tends to work out when you're doing things based off of triggers that will feed the tick frame, because remember, event tick is happening every single frame. So it's dicey. I don't like having a lot of things running on tick, but event tick is the same as having like uh, update and fixed update. But I'm gonna look around and see if there's a way that I can actually have like an event tick and a fixed tick. Is there something? Can I type fixed? No, there's fixed turn for a rotation. No. Um, there's so much that I don't know about the game engines that it's extremely humbling, but it's also very frustrating because I want to know. I want to and kind of need to know the thing. But I cannot. And we're about at that time anyway. So we come to this screen yet again. And you know, generally today I would have been stressing out and doing things for the rapid game development class, or rather not stressing about it, but getting things started and figured out and all that stuff. But honestly, I'm going to do that myself tomorrow. And because the intent is for a puzzle game, and my instructor has given me a rare opportunity to resubmit my previous assignment since it didn't do anything technically. So I'm going to take advantage of that whenever I can and try and get something turned into him. But as he described it, it kind of helped things click into place for me, because he was saying it doesn't matter if it's like gray box, no animation type stuff, just blocks doing the thing that needs to be done, then that's far better than, you know, having something that does nothing but looks okay. So basically, this class should be renamed Rapid Game Design and not Rapid Game Development. Um, because it seems like they just want the very gray boxed alpha basic thing of a game design, of a like level design that's working enough to convey something. And that is very different in my head than, you know, turn in for rapid game development, turn in something that is in the description it says it has to work with no bugs and, you know, function exactly as it's intended to. In my head, that's not like a base alpha build. That's like something that you've already tested and gotten things figured out and stuff like that. But that's more of me problem and how my brain interprets stuff. So having them kind of explain that it can be that level of rudimentary basic, I can now stop spending so much time trying to find like specific shapes, sprites, sounds, and stuff, even though that helps me in a creative sense. And I think I'm just gonna stick with splattering a bunch of colored bricks together like an infant. But that's kind of derailed and on a little side tangent right here at the end, because it's 9 o'clock and that means we are out of time. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. I'm going to give thanks to those that participated in the stream today, particularly in the chat, and including the following but not limited to Darklight, Abman, and Williams. Thank y'all, really. Does my heart good to see y'all here, no matter what reason it is. That keeps bringing you back. I appreciate you. And I will see y'all come Sunday. And hopefully we'll be building or well into the process of building a puzzle game, or like a puzzle level by then. I need to make sure that I have a solid idea in place. And just to give a little foresight, because I was able to look ahead a little bit, next week is going to be an educational game. So I might try and tie in some things that I do with this week's puzzle assignment and convert it into an educational puzzle next week, you know? But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, everything in between, I will see y'all in the next one. I'm tired. I'm burnt out. When you're burnt out, the only thing you can try and do is stay frosty.